Good morning and welcome to everyone from all across the globe. I welcome you all to beautiful biomass oval in Malaysia here, where lush outfields meet the perfect blue skies. And here today, we bring you the third match of this exciting series between Assam Cricket Association and Malaysia. It is a ground that absolutely breathes cricket. As you can see, that there's a gentle breeze that is blowing. The pitch looks absolutely true and honest, and the stage is set for another chapter in this intriguing battle. Make no mistake, this is not just another game because for Malaysia, this is definitely a must-win. Lose here, and the series just slips through their fingers with two matches still to go. Assam, on the other hand, has looked very calm, confident, and clinical so far. They took the game in the first match by 6 wickets, and they were riding on Nirupa Baru's splendid 3 for 17, and as well as a well composed run ball 59 from Kushi Sharma. Malaysia fought very hard. Yes, they definitely did. It was Elsa Hunter's unbeaten 79 with pure class, but she fought a very lonely battle. Then we come to the second match. Assam stepped in absolutely a not father. They won by 91 runs and were ruthless, absolutely dominant. Gayatri Guru opening the batting and the innings together with a very patient quality of 60. Malaysia once again saw glimpses of fight when Julia, the opener, and the wicketkeeper scored 41. Lauren with a steady 48, but no real partnership once again that story that we not able to build on, or we could not finish. So here we are, biomass is ready. There's a warming up, and the crowd is also kicking in. And we have to wait and see if Malaysia have the fire with the bat and ball in hand today, and if they can just up their game a little bit. So with that, the build-up is complete, and Saidur is out there in the middle with the two captains. So we'll be going for the toss today.
It's nice and sunny day here in the BAYUEMAS Oval, and I have the two captains on my left, the captain of Assam, Rasmi Day, alongside the Malaysian captain, Mas Lisa, and our match referee, Mr. Ramani. So it's time for a flip the coin. Let's have it. Heads to the call. Tails win. You won the toss. What have you decided and why?
We'll bat first. Wicket was good. That's why we choose batting first.
What's the total you want to put on the board?
We won total 250 plus. Let's see.
Happy from the performance of the team so far?
Yeah, I am happy.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Mas, um, unfortunately, you lost the toss. If you won the toss, what would you do and why?
I want to field first, but she already won the toss, so we field first.
So, what are the total that you would like to restrict them?
Below 210.
Are you up for this game?
Again?
Are you up for this game?
Yep.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, the story from the middle is Assam captain won the toss and they decided to bat first. We'll catch you shortly from the com box. Thank you.
Have to bring in their absolute best when it comes to the ball in hand. They have to be very disciplined, and they have to show that hint of aggression as well. Maybe just hope for a little bit of magic, and if everything works out for them eventually, we have to hope that they can pull this back and just register a victory in the series. So with that all said then, Assam definitely coming out with the willow in hand, and Malaysia will be up with the challenge. This is match three coming your way. I am Abra Hussain, taking you through the start of this inning. Let's wait and see if Malaysia have a story that they can tell. And it looks like for Assam, the blueprint is still going to be simple. Needs to be disciplined at the start. They've held solid start so far, and they'll want to continue that again today. Openers need to assess the early movement, and you know that someone like Aina with the new ball in hand from Malaysia have often tried to swing the ball into the right hander. That is something that both these batters will also be aware of. The openers definitely just try to set in a little bit of moment early on. You can afford to spend a little bit of time out there, and we have seen that they are willing to just respect those good deliveries early on. Eventually, when these two batters settle in, they have often obliged to put the bad ones away. There definitely needs to be no rush out there, and at the start of the innings, of course, they will have more scoreboard pressure as well. And because they're batting first, they just want to build quiet and confident start here. With that, Aina Hamiza starts things off with that usual in-swinger to the right-hander, and the batter just happily dismisses that away, and we're off and running. It's third match. Assam definitely have two very capable batters in the likes of Suki Sharma as well as Daichi Gurung. They've already shown what they can do if they just spend that little bit of time out there. And once they settle in, these kind of stroke makers really turn on the heat. And today, for the first time, we're seeing a change in the opening partnership in Assam. It is Jyoti who's walked out to the middle, but from the other end, it will be Gayatri. Gayatri Gurung has already played a very good innings in the series. She just missed out on her half century, but nevertheless, she looked very elegant. It's just something about the left-handers whenever they get going, it looks absolutely gorgeous. And that is a play and a miss. So good start early on from Amina Hamisa, trying to pitch those on that corridor of uncertainty. And so far, nothing really off the bat. In these conditions, really, when the sun is out and the pitch is dry, batting first is really a golden opportunity to post something big here. We've seen them posting something well above 220 plus, and that's something that will be in their mind today as well. That is, if one of the batters out there, today, especially from the openers, can really start going, it will look very difficult for Malaysia. The message in the dressing room will be stay smart, stay hungry, build the platform. Because if they get it right, Malaysia will face shadows once again. Full credit to Aina Hamiza today, because so far in the four deliveries, she's been right up there in terms of accuracy and discipline. On occasions, we've seen that she can sometimes deviate down the left side, but so far it's been right up there. Once again, with the hint of movement, this time off the pitch. Good start definitely for Malaysia, and definitely be aware that this is the match that they really have to come back very strongly. Slightly wide is on the off stump, and the batter just tried to cut that one away. So a nervy start from Jyoti, but Malaysia will take that. Aina Hamiza starts off with a maiden, and with that, I welcome you, very handsome Kamran, to the combo. Good morning, Kamran. Looks like from the other side there is also a change. Malaysia have so far in the tournament began with someone like Sobit at the left arm seamer, but today we see for the first time Noor Isma Dania with a new ball. He starts off by bowling that wide down the left side. Because it's never going to be easy adjusting to the left and right hand combination that Assam has been going with. They have gone with a different batter today. So right, they six deliveries yet to get off the mark. And on the other side, very well aware Gayatri is out there. Kamran, what do you have to say about this? How do you think it's going on for Malaysia when it comes to handling something?
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Abrara. Thank you so much for asking me this question. It's very important for the Malaysia team to making sure to. I'm sure that they have identified the past two games their mistakes and they have worked on it. As they have a very good name in the dugout, David Watmore. Definitely, he must be acknowledge all these. Errors they have made in the past two games, and they will definitely not repeat it back. If they make things right, what they have done it mistakes in the previous two games, they will be definitely on top of this game.
Yes, and so far definitely had the momentum with them, but looks like Jyoti is off and running with that boundary. What a way to get off the mark. Beautiful stroke towards the offside and all along the carpet. Brilliantly played.
That was controlled and completely headed to the area it deserved to be gone. It's a really good looking shot. Well, definitely Malaysia needs to get up for this game, and they're making sure count every single ball to make it work for them. The fielding needs to be right on top. The bowler has to take full responsibility. As we've seen, they have leaking a lot of runs, and the fielding need to be very much since they are fielding first. So this has to be the priority first.
Yes, and so far the first over from Aina was actually quite good, and now looks like Noor Isma is struggling for rhythm. This was short and full toss on the leg side and pulled away quite easily by Jyoti. It's off and running and looks like it's a nervous start from the young fast bowler out there.
Well, definitely yes. That's I think the primary uh, thing has to be known with the new ball is to pitch the ball right up in front, and this is the pretty basic things. I'm surprised why they have not been able to put that ball into the front foot. It has to be the front foot, no more here and there. Just keep it nice and easy, and that's even better delivery.
Yes, so far we've seen that he's struggling for length here. On occasion, we've seen her bowl a touch fuller. This time the Yorker was on point, but I still feel that he definitely has to keep that corridor and test the footwork and force the batters to make that first mistake. If he can definitely leap one back, it will be quite interesting, especially because he has that quick fielder in play. But so far, after conceding a couple of boundaries, looks like he's finally gotten back into rhythm. But an expensive over from Noor Isma Dania comes to an end, and Assam is 10 without loss after the completion of two overs. Definitely, I think at the start of this innings, Malaysia would have hoped to pick up a wicket. It's still not too late, but how can the fast bowlers really come into this game and start picking up wickets? Because that hasn't really happened for them throughout this season.
Well, good question, Ibrahim. One thing is missing, which is consistency. We have been keep talking about this. Anything you bring it to consistency, that will definitely work for you. And definitely for the new ball in particular, you need to bring that ball into the pad and stump. Keep that and keep hitting the same right. Let the batter does work for it. New ball will help you as a bowler. All you need to do is bring that consistency with your ball.
Yes, and that would be a very good channel to the left-hander here. Right is on strike. And so far, Jyoti looked like she was just seeing off Aina Hamisa. But on the other end, I think she was awarded a few runs. But now it's Aina once again with the new ball. And here's really where Malaysia must demand more. It's shown flashes of talent, definitely yes, but flashes don't win you matches, do they? They need fire at the top, they need some control and discipline bowling. Aina hasn't quite delivered so far yet for them, but they really believe. But look at that. This is what Gayatri can do. Absolute hint of class in that shot. Once again, another boundary for Assam. So it's been a very dominating kind of start for them. And so far, Gayatri has looked in absolute control.
Yeah, definitely. That was so much in control. Pitch that ball outside off stump, allowing Gayatri to come on the front foot and driven it towards the cover. So this is what I was talking about, that this ball has to be pitched a bit of front, right in front. What Aina is missing here is just the length and line. The length is probably okay, but the line has to be slightly in front. And this is the consistency that I'm talking about. See, the first ball, she has put in a really nice area. The second one is even further, allowing Gayatri to drive, and this is full toss. So this is the consistency where I've been talking about. If the fast bowler with the new ball doesn't come with a great consistency and control, this is where you create a big question mark.
Yes, and adding to that, in the last two games, he started recently, but slowly drifted away as the overs continued. On occasions, he was short, and sometimes he was deviating down the leg side. And that just won't do today, will it? Because against the batting side that is as confident as Assam, if China is going to lead this attack, he has to show some ability with the new ball in hand. And that is something that we have so far seemed to be missing. The first over was good. We started off with a maiden, but once again in this over, he's been driven, and the batters were quite confident against him.
Yeah, definitely. Two different minds are on the ground. One mind from Malaysia, another mind from India, Assam, coming from all the way. Uh, the cricket is bigger and broader there, and have played a competitive cricket where these girls get a lot of competition in with the better skills, I believe. And this is what I've my research and my long last relationship with the cricket is telling me. But here in Malaysia, for girls, instead, the cricket is not that much competitive. And this is where we can see huge difference between the skills and mind here. So we come to the end of over number 3, 16 on runs on the board with none.
Yes, and so far, looks like Noor Ismadania is to continue. It's definitely not about pace or swing out there. It's about just setting the tone and owning yourself. And so far, looks like Jyoti and Gayatri haven't really allowed this new bowler to settle in. But in a game like this, where pressure is already mounting, the first spell with the new ball is very crucial. Get it right and you build the pressure. And if you get it wrong, the game slowly starts to shift quietly at first. And then suddenly you see that you're out of reach. You can see once again a full toss. This time we have to say that Jyoti misses out on that one. Could have really put that anywhere.
That's right. Abrar, if you look at the wicket very closely, I was there down there for the toss, and if you see only in the middle, there's a grass. From the good line to end the wicket, there is no grass whatsoever. So that's also giving you a clear idea for a bowler. That's the right delivery. This is what I was about to telling you. So they have to, even if they don't have any idea, they just have to look at the stump and look at those grass areas. So it's about the ending where the grass are. You just have to pitch it there. That's the right area. That's a good length area where they need to pitch. But just making sure keep that ball a bit straighter to forcing the batter to play. So this is the something that they have to try to play it in their favor. And they have played in the higher level cricket. They need to be smart enough to utilize the new ball and to know where to pitch.
Yes, and in the attack of these two bowlers, and we're seeing sharp contrast between them already. So far, Noor Ismadania has really not been bowling in a very consistent area, as you can see. Once again, he's wide. Instead of bowling 4 dot deliveries, these are the kind of deliveries that really allows the pressure to just fall away. And Malaysia definitely cannot afford another loose spell today. They need control, they need dot balls, and they definitely need moments to go their way. But definitely the moment here to just rattle this Assam top order. So far looks like Dania is not being able to do it.
Yes, indeed. And also, I think this is very important contrast between these two. That will really help Malaysian girls in particular to play against these cricket all the way from Assam to sharpen their skills. And also, it's a good preparation. And credit goes to the Malaysian Cricket Association to to organize. That's another freebie, hitting rightly in the middle of this two fielder, and that's gonna be another boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, just have a look at that. Short of a length and just wide enough for Jyoti just to open her arms and smash it with absolute disdain towards cover. So that is the damage that Jyoti can do. And so far, she's definitely shown her skills. And once we definitely have to talk about when it comes to contest, the difference between the bowlers of Malaysia in terms of fast bowling compared to what Assam has got in this series. We've seen that Aina Hamiza as well as Noor Dania is really struggling for pace, not express and not the fastest out there, but someone like Nirupama has shown how pace can really help you pick up wickets as well. Sometimes when the batters are not playing with the most fluent technique, you just exploit it. You have that little bit of pace compared to those slower deliveries, especially early on. And that's really something that Malaysia is missing when it comes to their bowlers. And you are right about it. They're definitely having a learning curve when it comes to this series. It's given them a platform to really just show their skill. And so far, we have seen that on occasion they have shown us glimpses of what they can do. But at the moment, 4 overs completed, 22 without loss. And right now, momentum is completely with Assam. And let us continue. Better channel, especially with that slip in play. Assam are definitely off to a solid start here. It's at the moment 22 without loss. And Gayatri Gurung, the left-hand batter, is once again off to a good start. He's booked in very good touch here. And at the other end, Jyoti is taking the initiative of the attack, not just accumulating, but looking to put pressure on the bowlers early on. Let's see if the batters can continue this way. Because so far, both of them have really used their feet quite well and have not really given any kind of chances to these bowlers.
As Jyoti looks very promising for me, the technical wise and the body language tell you the story of her confident. And also, why not? She has scored in the previous games also 42, and then they have gone out earlier on the 6 runs. So she looks very promising, and it's also very challenging for the bowler to play with a new ball hand, right and left hand combination. It's a bit tougher, but as a bowler, you need to adjust rightly, straight from the very first ball. Oh, Aina Hamiza seems to realize that yes, I need to bring that ball slightly in to the batter to forcing the play, but in the same time, I need to making sure to hitting those stumps or pads to create more possibility to get the first breakthrough.
Yes, you're definitely right about that. And so far, breakthroughs are really something that they're looking for, but hasn't come their way yet. And this is actually the first time that Jyoti has been introduced into the lineup of Assam, because previously we've seen Montika. Montika also delivered with the batting hand. So we have to give credit to Assam here that they're really trying out their players and their bench strength, because they're already in this series they've won two matches, and definitely with someone like Jyoti, it looks like they're proving a point here that almost all their players in the bench can really deliver at the starting level. So that's really something we have to appreciate here. But this has been a good over from Aina Hamiza while we were speaking of the batting of Assam. 5 overs completed, it's 23 without loss.
Looks like Marisma will continue her third over. She's been a little costly on the cost side. 15 runs in given with the new ball in the circus. That's circle. That's a little bit of concern. But on the other hand, Gayatri is try to take. It's very important to for these bowlers to making sure to get that first breakthrough for the Malaysia. That will help Malaysia to get a bit more confident and the bowler will get more boosted. So the first breakthrough is very important.
Yes, and you can see that at the very start of this over, when Gayatri was facing the first ball of Noor Isma, saw her advancing down the field, and that really shows the intent that Gayatri is coming out to bat there with. And as I was speaking on the break in the previous over, that it's been a pleasant surprise that Rohit's addition has really started to deliver for Assam as well. Not like they were struggling for openers. The previous opener, Amantika, has also done a good job for Assam. But today, Jyote, coming out to bat, playing her first match of the series, has already looked like she belongs here. Confident footwork and positive intent, and we've seen glimpses of some very gorgeous strokes. She's already picked up 3 boundaries, and that really tells us a story that she hasn't come out here to survive, she's come out here to score runs.
Yes, indeed, they are Riley here, coming all the way from that's another freebie delivery, but didn't really get close toward the ball. Will take only single. Coming back to my point, it's just Assam is also coming all the way from India, and they must be looking up for this another victory, 3 back-to-back victory against a Malaysian team. And I think Malaysia has to do many things right to win this game. The first thing is concerned me is the bowling, which I've not seen much consistency, and also hitting the right area. That's a big question mark for me. Is to looking at those two bowler bowling with the new ball.
Yes, and here the batters of Assam have fully capitalized on it. And one of the most impressive things here has been the batting of Gayatri, talking about the series as a whole. And often goes unnoticed, the technique when it comes to the batting of these players. Gayatri hasn't really been flashy. It's not exaggerated, but it's so precise. You watch it closely and you'll see that she's always in position early. Sometimes she's advancing down the crease, sometimes she stays on. But whether it's a full length delivery or something sort of a length, the first movement is always decisive. So that's really something that we can say that her clarity has been absolutely spot on.
That was a great over. Just 2 runs been given by Nurisma, and it is something that making her realize that yes, I need to making sure keep the right area, the right land, and then talking about it. Chaudhary and Gayatri, these two opener batter for Assam, they're really showing the intent, and you can see from their body language how much they are confident and feeling relaxed here, and they're here for the game. And the one thing that I've noticed abroad is they are looking at the ball till the end. They're not just swinging the bat; they are playing the ball accordingly, and they knew that they have plenty of overs to go, and they're taking their time into making sure that they also ticking the scoreboard. Most of the time, we have seen often the other team, even senior team, that they one day stuck one side. They are not trying to rotate the strike. So this is something that these girls has to look and learn. Yes, you don't want to rush. Yes, you don't want to throw everything to the sink. But yes, at the main time, you're making sure to rotate those single, which will create a lot of pressure on the opponent. So this is very good intent shown by these two batter.
Yes, and they have fully capitalized on opportunities. And look at that. I believe that was a drop chance. Should have been taken really if Malaysia expects to really get a grip of this game. I was in the air for a little bit of time, and for a moment I thought that Elsa Hunter would just be able to grab onto that. Nevertheless, Aina Hamiza is look better when it comes to bowling to the right hander because with a natural channel, she's always bringing the ball into the right hander. And so far, Jyoti has picked up a few boundaries, but looks like that she's chasing after Glory every time. So one thing she can definitely take from a partner is the fact that a partner likely has looked very composed. So that's really something with really don't have to go after everything. Sometimes you have to be watchful. Once that loose ball is presented, you can go after.
Yes, indeed. And Aina Hamida has plenty of international exposure. She have served Malaysia for so long. She have those expertise and experience through years that she has played cricket, and she knows that what should be done. And at the moment, she is doing great. 4 dots and 1 run's been given, but it's not about dot now. It's about you are being giving a new ball and giving responsibility to making sure first breakthrough is very, very vital here, because if these two batters settle down, they will really bring the table around against the Malaysian girls. So they need to making sure to not worried about leaking runs, more of a taking bowling.
Yes, you're right here. Getting a wicket, especially with the new ball, is something that these two bowlers would have been trusted with. The captain would have gone after these two bowlers, thinking that they'll provide a breakthrough for Malaysia. And so far, that hasn't been, because start by controlling your line and length. You try to hit the length hard, and sometimes you vary it and want to create some pressure with the new ball. But they've tried a lot of things, hasn't really worked for them. But to make matter worse, looks like Aina Hamiza is hurt and she's finding it very difficult to walk. Before this, she has bowled 4 overs. She's completed her 4 overs. Bowled a maiden. With just 9 runs. So this is going to be very crucial for Malaysia. We'll have to hope that Aina Hamiza is okay. But looks like she's having to walk back with walking back with the physio in hand.
That was unfortunate. The ball probably fumble up and hit her legs. That's very risky, and I hope after the treatment she's okay, because she's one of the expect for the Malaysian national team, who they would want to be around and to be in this game. She is a contributor not just with the ball but also with the bat. So it's gonna be lost if she needs to rest for today. But I hope she's okay after the treatment.
But now I think it will be a bit more difficult for Malaysia because someone has to be brought in to replace her. And though Isma Dania has been slightly expensive at the moment, her economy is 5.67. And once again, a brave effort, this time from Aisha, but looks like the ball has hit Aisha as well. You have to wait and see. I hope she's okay, but it did not look good if you ask me from up here. And the umpire straight away is calling the physio. She's having a very tough day. We have to jog out there once again. And we have to hope that this is not serious.
Yeah, she looks in the pain, and I hope she gonna hit on his on her chin. She seems okay at the moment. I hope everything is okay, but physio is here just for the observe. A bit of smile. Looks like she is okay. Captain of Malaysia, and definitely the team would want her to stay. She's a strong lead, and definitely she would. She is going to stay. The good news is the game must go on. It's a bit of uncertainty. We have Abrar, the very beginning of the game. So I hope we get a lot of entertainment soon with the bat and ball.
There's definitely credit to Aisha there because brave effort from her to just get in the way of the ball and stop it in the process. Because that ball was definitely traveling. Once again, we see that these two batters really tried to attack Isma Ania. That's something that has worked for them. So about 27 runs on the board already.
Well, that's really brave. Brave to be said. Noor Isma Dania is she's very young, not really a much grown girl, I would say. As you can see, she's an under 19 girl, and she must be feeling very proud to be part of the senior team and bowling her fourth over. And that's not so easy to bowl against senior girls with experience and all. And that's credit goes to her and the coaches that believing on her. and asking her to bowl with the new ball. It's not very easy, Abrar, let me tell you. That's been hammered, and that's another boundary, slightly fuller. And this time, Jyoti decided to go straighter. A great shot.
Yes, I think that was premeditated. It has been smashed down the ground, straight back, no fuss about it, just power and absolute timing. So down the ground for four, the bowler did not really have much to do with that because the fuller length that Nur Isma has consistently bowled with. But so far, whenever she's bowled to Jyoti, Jyoti has really taken a liking of her, really playing with a lot of power and a lot of comfort. So I'll be quite interested to see if there is a change when it comes to Isma from the other end. I know you mentioned that she's very young, she's under 19, but this is a platform where you need to be fearless. Once you've been given that opportunity, you can't really think of yourself as anything less. You really have to go out there and express yourself because you don't really have anything to do. Because when someone as young as Noor Dania is given an opportunity, all about her to just go out there and do what she does best. You don't have to really overthink. You just have to do your basic right. And that's really something that Isma Dania is struggling with today.
That's right. And I was mentioning just about this ball being hit to the boundary that it's not so easy also to control the new ball. It's taking a little extra effort, Abrar, to keep that ball and control when she has that natural outswing, and she was dealing great. At the moment, she's still on the right side. Yes, consume a bit of runs, but she's dealing it right, trying her best. But this is a great platform for her to express and explore more and to see what she can be done, what she can do and what can be done. And this is the learning process, and I think this is a great opportunity for her to express.
Yes, Marcelisa needs to be watchful here. At the moment, Noor Isma Dania's economy is well over 6.5. So it's one thing about presenting young talents with opportunity, but this is going to be a series decider. Let me remind you, Malaysia have already lost two matches in the series, and if they don't win here, they will have nothing to play for in the next two matches. So that's really something that I think the captain will be aware. And I think it's really important for the captain to just go out there and have a word with the young fast bowler, because of course sometimes it can be difficult for someone so young to just go out there and bowl to those experienced campaigners. That's really somewhere teamwork really comes into play. Companionship, just the understanding that sometimes a particular player can have a bad day out there and to come out of that, just to bring that bowler out of that frustration is something that the captain is also tested. This time that is stayed in the air, but no damage done. So with that, an extensive over once again comes to an end. Noor Dania has completed 4 overs, given away 27 runs, and 8 overs have been completed, 36 runs. We were expecting a change in the bowling, and looks like we have it. And for the first time today, I think we're going to see some spin. That is absolutely the right way to go, if you ask me, because from here on, the two batters, Jyoti and Gayatri, have looked absolutely comfortable when it comes to facing fast bowlers. And straight away, you can see that there was almost an opportunity. Dania in this series has been absolutely clinical with the ball in hand from Malaysia. Dania previously in the last match for 10 overs, one maiden for just 42 runs and picked up a wicket. And given the scenario and the situation that she bowls in, those are the spells that is absolutely gold for Lisa here. We'll have to just see how she contributes here. I believe Jyoti will definitely try to take her on.
It's a good change, and when the fast bowler doesn't do much and there's nothing much in offer on the surface, then you definitely wanted to bring your best spinner in the circle. A slightly fuller push it through the cover will steal 2 runs. So yes, it's a great decision to make to bring your best spinner and to see what the spinner can do here in the circle. And I think uh, every bowler I've seen it, they have not really coming with a great consistency. As I said, consistency will make the difference, and they are looking for a first break. Oh, that ticket side edged, running for. They're looking for two, would they? So, Brad, this is gonna be a very interesting. Oh, seems like being hit on the helmet here. We've seen a lot of hitting around till the 8.4 over abroad.
Yes, quite a very unfortunate day when it comes to physical contact today. We've seen that fielders of Malaysia have been hurt, and right now we're seeing that it is the batter of Assam who's hit on the head, and this can be very messy. And we'll have to hope that it is nothing serious because these are delicate areas, especially we've seen what order it can bring in the international cricket as well. So with that, we have a little bit of a break in this, and we'll have to hope that the batter is safe and comfortable out there.
Yeah, I hope we are hoping to for the best and not anybody to be hurt. But yes, we want to see a lot of action between the bat and ball and a bit of aggression here to see what these both teams can be done. And I'm very much interested here. Seems like if we're gonna have a bit of break, we'll catch you shortly after the break.
Looks like she's safe to continue, and that's good news. Very hot and humid out there, so already difficult when it comes to batting, and especially if you're hit in the delicate parts of the body, there can occasionally be a lapse of concentration, and we really don't want that. And it is Gayatri, so she's very crucial for Assam. And with that, no Dania will continue. Gayatri is now looking to take guard once again. We want to keep playing with the same focus at the moment. She's 9 of 16, and here we go. So Dania to continue. Watchful this time from Gayatri. So Dania just fighting that one outside the off stump and almost enticing Gayatri to just play that on the cover. Definitely has a few fielders just alert to the situation and almost ready to just grab on to those. This time a similar sort of delivery, but touch fuller. Taken away nicely, but straight to the fielder. So dot to finish. And this is a good over from Noor Dania. 3 runs off it. 9 overs completed, 39 without loss.
Seems like it's gonna be another change in bowling, as we can see from the comb box. Amalin will be replacing the young Udania has been for 4 overs. A bit of unexperienced, but on the way to making a name. Amalin is the new bowler who is going to be bowling the 10th over for the Malaysia. Now the question is about it's not about how much the bowler consuming the runs. It's about it's 50 over game, and 50 over all about is taking the wicket. They have yet to take the wicket. This is the 10th over. Yes, the score is still under control, but let me tell you, if these two batters settle down, they will really take you down and carry all these runs from you, and you will have a lot of pressure. I'm really keen to see all these bowlers coming in and try to attack. What I can see is still there is a two fielder away on the ground. I think when you don't get early breakthrough, you try to be a little bit more attacking, not to be worried about consuming runs, but just try to get the first breakthrough. That's slightly uppish and that's catch. What a catch that has been. And we were talking about the first breakthrough, and Amaline has done it for the team. What a ball that was, and a great hand there to get the first breakthrough.
Yes, Amalin just continuing from where she left off in the previous game. She picked up 4 in her 10 overs, and she's really showing us what a raw young talent that she is. A breakthrough was required at this stage, and it is a very dangerous sporting to walk back. The right-hander was showing glimpses of absolute talent as well, but this is great bowling, absolutely sensational. She's fighting that ball and got some purchase with her leg spinner here. And Amalin is really looking like someone that Malaysia can really trust in the long run.
Yes, indeed. She's a very good expect for the Malaysian side, and she's been there for quite long, and she's been serving for Malaysia in many different contests around the world. And she is one of the player who everybody's counting on, and she has delivered. Everyone is trusting her, and that's where she's been given opportunity of second change in the bowling, and that's where she's showing that yes, why you need to put that belief and trust on me, and this is what I'm way so capable to delivering you the breakthroughs. Amaline, 3 balls done, 2 dots, 1 wicket.
Yes, and she picked up the right batter. The Jyoti Davies was looking absolutely threatening out there. 24 of 39 deliveries, 4 gorgeous hitting boundaries. So she picked up the batter when she was looking solid, and when it matters a lot. Looks like Kushi is not really trying to wonder a lot. Plays a very good stroke down the ground and reaches the boundary of the very first ball she faces. She did not have a good game the other day, but she's shown us what a true talent she can be, and exactly trying to replicate a performance from the first game. What a start for Kushi.
Well, every batter walks in, and every batter is showing the intent, the clear, crystal clear, straightforward intent that if you give me the ball in front, I'm gonna hammer you no matter what. That was slightly fuller and taking full advantage of it. It's down on the leg, it's just double hit.
Yeah, not in full control. He wanted to play that towards the next side, but eventually missing it completely as per the signal of the umpire. The signal wide, and umpire is changing that. So Kamran, eagle eyes from you. Looks like the umpire for a moment was convinced that there was nothing from the bat, but absolutely a good decision from you up here. Brilliant.
Yes, indeed. I watch it. I try to watch it close as I can, but definitely we have a better look, I believe, from the better angle. Umpire doesn't really see much because there was a behind her body, so probably that's why where he missed. But a great decision made again. Straight away he realized, oh, that was hit. So with that, we comes to end of over number 10, and score is moving up to 44 for 1. Here we're gonna have a short break for my dear friend abroad, and I'm gonna bringing in my dear friend and my co-commentator Shahidur. Good morning and welcome.
Well, a very good welcome. Very good morning, in fact, to all the viewers who have just joined us in. It's the Assam Cricket Association Women's Tour of Malaysia, match number 3. Well, Assam, they have been clinical when it comes to performance. They outplayed Malaysia in the first 2 games, and so far they had a good start as well. Yes, they lost their wickets, but at the same time they have 4 runs on the board. That's pulled away, and another single. Well, Kushi Sharma is looking very positive out there. Has already scored a half century in this series, and definitely one of those batters who can really take the game away from you because you can play her stroke. So, as a bowler, you need to be very uh, consistent with the line and length. So, as a bowler, you have that very little margin for error. Well bowled once again, Dania, the captain of the Under 19 World Cup earlier that was held in Malaysia. So Malaysia has been a wonderful host in hosting a lot of international events, both from ACC and ICC events. And I think it's wonderful facilities in here. The grounds are beautiful, and wickets as well. Dania with her second over. And well, Kamran, a wonderful over from Amaline in the last over. She took a wicket, and she took it from where she left. She took 4 wickets in the previous game, was dropped in the first game, and then come back to the second game and take 4 wickets, and now she delivers again. So I think it's a wake-up call for the Malaysian captain as well, that you need to bring in your best players into the side.
Yes, indeed. She is a good spike for the team and she should be utilized. And this is where she gave a statement in the second over after being dropped from the first game. And that's another statement that she has been given right away, taking the first wicket in the first over. And definitely she is, that's a Valin controls reverse swept, but that great effort here in the tee at the back. Waterfields for sure saving 2 runs. Aisha, captain of Malaysian side. With that, we come to end of 11:47 for 1. Much more breakthrough needed. Well, Amaline will get another breakthrough for the team.
Well, Amaline Sofina will continue in here, and Gayatri Gurung will take the strike. Watchfully played. This is good bowling. She's bowling at the right channel, and especially, I'm very impressed with the pace she's bowling with because it's not too quick. At the same time, she's giving it a bit more loop, and she's getting the drift out of the wicket as well. So it's always ideal speed for any off spinner. Look at that. Some good turns she's getting out of this wicket. I think that's going to be the key. So if she can create that gap between bat and pad, I think she can get a couple of more wickets. And I think it will be very important that Malaysia takes some early wickets here, especially when Gayatri Gurung and Kushi Sharma are batting out there. These are 2 very good batters, both in form. That's beautifully driven, and that's a wonderful piece of fielding. Because Elsa Hunter.
Oh yes, indeed. And as a bowler, Shahida, you need to be very much knowledgeable when you comes to play the games like this. You need to see the wicket, how the wicket. You need to be very quick, accessible to the wicket to see how the wicket does for you, whether the ball give you anything on this surface. Sorry. And also, you need to see whether there's a turn or not. If it's not turn, you wanted to keep the ball right in front, just making the batter to come and play on the front foot. Keep those straight fielder a bit more straighter, making the batter play in the front foot. And that will create, and that's a ball, the ideal ball that you want to bowl on the surface. I went down to either for the toss. I looked at the surface very close. There's nothing much, very dry. It looks very friendly for the batter. Has an easy batting track, and as you can see, these batsmen is feeling very comfortable here in the middle.
Again, beautiful delivery, and she's doing the right thing, just targeting that small corridor of uncertainty where the batter might get confused if whether they should come forward or go backward. So I think this is very good bowling here. He's into a second over, already conceded 7 runs and a wicket. Amaline bowling the last delivery. And that's a good looking shot. She goes over the bowler, and that's another boundary here. This time it's Kushi Sharma once again. So a good end to the over, and that will bring up the 50 as well. After 12 overs, it's 53 for 1. Well, the last delivery of the previous over went for a boundary. Meanwhile, Gayatri Gurung, oh, that's an edge. What a delivery here from Noor Dania. And this is very good running between the wickets as well. Well, a very watchful start here for Gayatri Gurung. We have seen her playing some shots in the previous games. And in the last game, she scored 42 runs. Probably slightly disappointed not to get to that 50. Again, she has got a start today. 14 of 26. I think the idea here will be to spend some time there. That's exactly what she's doing. Very solid when it comes to technique, pleasing on the eyes.
Because that's a very good technique when you play long game like this. You need to be very much technical sound. Just pushing the front fuller ball just straight and there, playing accordingly, not just swinging the bat and just looking for the runs, but they are trying to keep that ball to the ground. And also, credit goes to Dania, who is bowling so well, pitching the ball right in front, asking the batter to come and play in the front foot. But if she's able to bring that ball a little bit, pull the length, that will create more doubt as to whether to go against or just leave that ball. Red bowling so far, 4 over ball, 4 balls done, just 4 runs given. And all these runs matter because they're already 57 in 12.4 overs. All they need to do is try to keep that ball into the stump, creating and a bit more attacking. Fielding has been spread. They have to be slightly fuller to create a bit doubt, keep 1 or 2 fielder a bit up in front. That will also create a bit of doubt in a better mind. But that it comes to end of over number 13, 57 for 1.
Well, Amaline will continue in here. It's slightly short. This time it's pulled away. And it will be just a single. And both the batters are looking extremely comfortable out there. They're rotating the strike. I think it's very important in a one-day match that you rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking. That will be key because boundaries are not going to be easy. And we have seen so far the Malaysian bowlers have done a good job to drive those boundaries, apart from some very good hits from the Assam batters. Has been good for Malaysia. It's just that they need more wickets in here. That's the only way to put some pressure on the opposition. That's slightly short and wide and pulled away. Protection out there. Another single. Well, the Assam Cricket Association has also produced some wonderful cricketers. The first woman from Assam was Uma Chatri, who debuted in the senior side as well for India. So I think it's a great moment for her, and we were expecting her to lead the side, but probably for some reason she has not played in today's game. Then we have Chintimoni Kalita, the first player from Assam who have been featured in the WPL, drafted by Mumbai Indians. So there are some very good cricketing talent in the side, and exactly that's the reason why they have been on the winning side on both occasions that Malaysia played in those previous games. So far, they did a wonderful job as well. We're into match 3, and we have 5 exciting matches. There's one more coming up on the 13th, and then the last game on the 15th, all from the BAYUEMAS Oval. So it's the same venue, and I think they can get used to it. Meanwhile, that ends another over. It's 61 for 1.
Diana will continue. That's a good ball. She tried to hit those stumps, not allowing batter to free their arm. That's a great intent. She has to keep that ball in. She has to making sure to create a little bit of juggle around her ball variation. That's a good flighted delivery. And through the gap, does get some hands on it. It's definitely saving few runs for the team. Its left and right hand combination is very difficult for spinners and for the bowlers to maintain that accurate line. But here Nuriana is doing great. So this is something, Shahid, that is very concerned me as a bowler, that you are still looking for the breakthrough. Look at the scoreboard, 6-2 and in 14.3 over, and you are just slightly on the back foot comparatively Assam cricket. You see, you are bowling first 2 to 3 ball, a few ball very right into right areas, but you're also giving a very loose delivery in the same over, which costs the boundary. So this is something really concerning.
Well, absolutely. I think the consistency will be key here, especially for the spinners, because it's those middle overs in a one-day game that's very crucial for any side when the spinners are bowling. So you need to be very precise with the line and length. And you need to maintain that consistency as well. And so far, we have seen the Malaysian spinners, they did a decent job, but on that odd occasion, just like that, they have drifted a bit too short for my liking. Nevertheless, only 2 runs off that over. Good one for Nurdania. After 15, it's 63 for 1. Well, Assam Cricket Association, they will be very happy with the tour so far. They have won both the games. And I think they have been very lucky with the toss as well. Almost everything going in their way, and a big appeal here. It's very close to the stumps. But the umpire had other ideas, probably just drifting down the leg. We have seen Amalin getting a lot of purchase from the wicket. So far, she has done a good job. Lighted delivery and well driven. Kushi Sharma is oozing in confidence out there. she's batting on 16 of 16, so she has maintained a very healthy strike rate, whereas we have seen Gayatri Gurung is a bit slow in her approach today. Probably the idea is to play a longer innings, but at the same time, you need to score those singles and doubles, or else too many dot deliveries might pile up some pressure on the batters. But it's still early days, Kamran. It's only the 16th over. It's a 50 over game, 34 overs to go after this. I think they have all the time in the world.
Yes, indeed, they do have, and they don't need to worry because at the moment for me, still 64 is good enough runs. They have wicket in hand, and they know all they need to do is just shift around here and there and look for the loose delivery and the odd overs to get boundaries. That help them to get a bit more jump on the scoreboard. Just like that. It's very good, Shahider, in rotation the strike, which really attract me towards and falling between the run wicket is also for me playing a very big role. You just have a look at each other, hardly could call. And with it, I feel Malaysian girls, the captain have to make sure to bring that feel in. As you can see, all these 30-yard fielder almost in 30-yard. Seems like they're playing. That's another good-looking shot. Cut it off.
Oh, slight mix-up there. Confusion. This is poor running. They could have ran the second. The ball went all the way to the sweeper, and they had all the time. But Gayatri Gurung was not interested, and Khushi Sharma almost ran 2 runs. He went towards the middle of the wicket and came back. That's how much time she had. After 16, it's 66 for 1. Dania will continue in here. And I think right now the biggest question for the captain of Malaysia, Mas Elsa, will be whom to go next. He has a lot of options. But you need to pick your right bowlers at the right time, because both the batters are looking extremely comfortable out there, and you cannot be allowing them to form a good partnership in here.
Yes, indeed, Shahid. The bowler has to, if they want to win this game, there are 2-3 things that make it right. Only they can get more possibility to win this game. First thing, the bowler has to bowl discipliner in a line of land. This is one of the things that concern me. That's the boundary. This is what I was talking about from the ball 1, that they have to be making sure one step ahead of the batter. Look at that shot.
Well, again, a beautiful looking shot, played on the up, and very good use of the feet as well. Fielder could have done better. Again, very positive approach. Gayatri Gurung is now getting on a roll. We have seen her being very watchful, but on the odd occasion, every time there was an opportunity to score runs, she has went for it. Now she moves on to 24, 42 in the last game. And I believe if she keeps on batting like this, she can score a 50 or even 100 as well. Because they have the overs, they have the time. You just need to spend some time and consolidate on the start that you had.
That's right, and this is what they need to be more focused. This is another loose delivery. Luckily, get through with it. It's just going to cost them 1 run. So the bowler has to take full responsibility, Shahidu, to making sure the ball stump to stump, not giving any single freebie. So where the captain of Malaysia will feel a bit confident. So probably she could bring those 30-yard fielder a bit closer, or maybe 1 or 2 fielder a little bit more upper, which creates a little bit doubt. And also, there you go. Good fielding by El Santa, and that's a misfield. There's nothing going so right at the moment for the Malaysian team. They have to make sure, look into things and make things right, because still they have plenty of time to make things right, Shahido.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's very important to have the match awareness. So they need to be very careful with their approach, especially the bowlers. So far, we have seen the Malaysian bowlers not being very consistent with the line and length. End of the 17th over, it's 74 for 1. So Amaline Chofina will continue in here. It's coming in to bowl her 5th over. Well, she has done a decent job. Took 4 wickets in the previous game and took 1 in this game as well. The only wicket. And there's the coach and the management, the director of the women's team, Dev Watmore. Well, it seems like there was another player who walked out with an injury. We have already seen one of their key players, Aina Hamiza, who got injured. So I think it will be very important for Malaysia to make sure that their better players or their premier players are fit enough to play the game, or else they will be in more trouble. Cut away, but straight to the fielder. And with Aina Hamiza out, I think they have a bowler less now. So now Mas Elisa will need to figure out that where she can get those extra overs to cover. But definitely they have some bowling options.
Well, they need to utilize what they have, and they need to make sure for now they bring the best bowler to get the breakthrough, because the more wicket they take, the more wicket they take, the more they get in control of this game. This is not doesn't really look so good for them. At this two batter, Gayatri and Kushi looks so solid, very comfortable, feel home for them here. Just look at that, 19 runs and 20 delivery and 25 runs and 47 delivery. In particular, Gayatri enjoy herself against these bowlers. It doesn't seem creating any trouble, even though they're not consuming much runs. For me, it should be more attacking.
It's a pretty good over here from Amaline. Yet to concede a run. She has been very good with her line and length, very tight, balls with a lot of control. And that will be a maiden over, a wonderful over here from Amaline. After 18, it's 74 for 1. And with that, the umpires have called for drinks break. So we'll be going into a short break and we'll come back with more live action. Well, we are back live after a short drinks break at the Biomass Oval, and it's wonderful scenes here. Bright and sunny day, perfect conditions for cricket. And the Assam Cricket Association women, they won the toss and elected to bat first. And now they're 74 for 1 after 18 overs. Both the batters are well set. Kushi Sharma batting on 19 of 20, and the opener Gayatri Gurung 25 of 49. A decent partnership here as well. And a change in bowling for Malaysia. It's Aisha coming into the attack.
I hope this change brings a bit of hope and believing in getting more wickets, much more needed for the Malaysian girls to take those wickets. Few wickets will help them to get in the top of the game, as this match is much needed win for the Malaysia girls. Aisha is a new bowler, will be hoping to bring that breakthrough for the Malaysia side. Hot and sunny here in the Biomass Oval. Match between Assam Cricket Association women and Malaysia Cricket Association, coming all the way from India just for the 5 series contest here, 5 days tournament. At the moment, Assam is right on top, winning the 2 games, and this is really the decided game for them. If they win this, they will be right here on top of this tournament. But Malaysia is really up here for this contest. We'll see. But all these bowlers has to provide some more stability and more consistency in life.
Short of length, that was hit hard. Sharma is batting well out there. We have seen some very powerful shots coming off her bat. She's the batter in form. Scored 59 runs in the first game. Good delivery. So I think dot deliveries will be crucial here. We have seen a wonderful over bowled by Amaline. The last over was a maiden, and 5 dot deliveries here as well. So once the scorecard is not moving, it can build a lot of pressure on the batters. Yes, both the batters are well set out there. But at the same time, the psychological pressure is something that can affect you. And that's very good running between the wickets. Played with soft hands, and they went off in a flash. Finally, a run after 11 deliveries. After 19, it's 75 for 1.
Amaline will continue. She's been good with the ball and she's been very consistent, taking the first breakthrough for the team, and under her name, the very first over she has been brought in. This is her 6th over, giving only 19 runs. Outstanding bowling figure. All they need to be a little bit more attacking. Yes, there's a bit of uncertainty in the line and length, but this should be, it can be done, it can be fixed. All they need to do is just to making sure to use, or that has been put away. Nicely running quick towards the boundary. That's for 4. Nicely split those 2 field in the cover region for 4.
Yes, a very good looking shot. Look at that. That's absolutely beautiful. Beautiful cover drive. That's textbook cricket there from Gayatri Gurung. And this will ease some nerves out there. I've seen the bowlers doing a wonderful job in drying up those runs. And this time she goes short and down the leg side, and Gayatri will be very disappointed not to put that away. And the good thing is, Aina Hamiza is back in the field. So that's good news for Malaysia. Definitely one of the key players, and they would not want them to be injured. The glorious looking cover drive this time finds the fielder. Well, the fielder could have done better, lost the ball on her way.
So far, it's been a bit costly over, just consuming 6 runs so far in 3 deliveries. And this is a very another back of the land delivery. Oh, that's misfield. Oh dear. Oh dear. It can be done. This is where the pressure does to you when you are under pressure. It's another freebie shot, back of the land, quick on the back foot, hitting where the fielders are placed.
Well, that's where the coaching team needs to come into action. Cannot be doing that. These are basics of cricket. As a fielder, you need to have your legs behind the ball. And Kamran, when you talk about pressure, I don't think there was any pressure there. It was just bad fielding. Well, Maleen will be very disappointed. She has done a good job so far. Then your fielders need to back you up as well. And that will be the end of the 20th over. It's 87 for 1. And with that, we'll have a change in the commentary box as well. My dear friend Kamran will be taking a well deserved break, and I would like to welcome back Abrar.
Thank you for bringing me back. And looks like the batters of Assam have nicely settled in here. 20 overs have been completed here at the BAYUEMAS Oval, and Assam find themselves at 87 now for the loss of just that one wicket. A position of strength, definitely, but one that leaves the game finely poised. If you ask me. It's been steady, not storming, and definitely calculated rather than commanding. And after winning the toss, Jyoti had given them that crisp start that they needed. He was 24 of 39, full of intent. And since then, once again, we saw another partnership blossoming. Short pitch delivery pulled away nicely from Kushi. And we still have Gayatri who's out there. It's definitely been a Gayatri Kushi kind of a show, a partnership that is built on contrast as well as control. Gayatri has been methodical as often as she has been. At the moment, she's 30 of 52 deliveries. Played that anchor role with a lot of confidence and poise. That's really something you expect from the man of the match of your previous game, don't you? And she's definitely delivered up to the task. We'll have to wait and see if she can pick up a half century that we missed out previously. And on the other hand, Kushi Sharma has definitely brought up the tempo, 26 of 29. He's been very busy out there. And Shaidu, so far, all the bowlers rather have looked apt. And what you make of this?
Yes, absolutely. I think it's clinical batting, and with that single, that will be the 50 partnership as well. So wonderful job done by both the batters, Gayatri Gurung and Kushi Sharma. They're doing the job here for Assam. Yes, the Malaysian bowlers have not looked good, not looked up to their standards. We have seen the same Malaysian side doing a wonderful job against other teams, but so far they are short of answers to this formidable batting lineup from the Assam.
Yes, and so far between these two teams, we've seen a sharp contrast when it comes to the attack of the fast bowling. We saw someone like Chintimani in the lineup of Assam, and you mentioned that she's the first Assamese woman to feature in the women's IPL, that is in the Women Premier League, is fought by Mumbai Indians. And the thing that I want to point out here is the fact that Assam bowls with a lot of pace when it comes to the fast bowlers. On the other hand, we saw that Malaysia is really struggling to find one who can just get the ball carry to the keeper with that zip. We saw Aina Hamiza. She bowled an okay spell, if I can say, 4 overs, so just 9 runs before that injury. And right now we're seeing someone like Isa, and she too, if you you ask me, lacks that bit of taste to really start asking the right question and bother the batters with a little bit of some good bowling. So far, she's given away 4 runs, but hasn't looked threatening, has she?
Yes, absolutely. I think so far the batters have been very comfortable out there. Malaysian bowlers, they need to work hard. They need to ask some questions. We have seen some pretty decent bowling, but at the same time, you need to be lethal. You need to pick up those wickets, especially in a 50 overs game. After 21 overs, it's 91 for 1.
Shadur, I'm very surprised by one thing so far in this series when it comes to Malaysia. Their captain, Mas Elisa, who we know is a tremendous bowler with the off spinners, hasn't really bowled any in this series. And I'm very surprised with that. And I'm not really aware if she has any injuries or she has any kind of reason. But if there is none, then it's very surprising, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, but I'm aware of that. Yes, she had an injury, and that's the reason she was out of play for quite some time, missed out on some very big events for Malaysia. And it's good to see her back. And I think right now she's just concentrating on her captaincy and her batting. But at the same time, sooner or later, she needs to come into bowl because she can give Malaysia that extra bowler which they might need, especially on a day where the batters are dominating.
Oh, thank you so much, Shaidu, for that insight. And that really sums up the story, doesn't it? With the captain's injury and not taking the ball throughout the series, that's been that massive blow. She's not really just a leader in name. She's been the one when it comes to being that most reliable option with the ball in hand. And once again, you can see that Siti Nasba was brought into the attack and the batter really punished that straight away and not allowing her to settle in. That has been the story so far throughout this inning. Whenever a new bowler comes in, it's been either batters, but whoever it is, they have not really allowed the bowler to just come in.
Yes, absolutely. I think their approach has been fantastic. They were very watchful at times, but every time there was an opportunity, they have taken on the bowler. I think that has been the feature of this inning so far. It's wonderfully done as well. Good temperament shown. Oh dear, that was a drop chance. It went straight in and straight out. Well, what would you say about that? It's Amaline Sofina.
This is going to be very costly. This was a chance that Malaysia were absolutely praying for, and it's been spilled. Not the most difficult opportunity. Should have been straightforward because Kushi has looked very dangerous. As I say once again, another ball is in the air, so it looks like Gayatri and Kushi are trying to up the tempo, and really that should have been taken. A mistimed lofted shot straight to that mid-on mid-wicket area, and should not really have been put down, especially by someone like Amaline. Really disappointed the way that Malaysia have fielded so far in this inning.
Absolutely. It's your top fielders that need to stand out, especially in a pressure situation like this. And how costly will that top catch be? Only time will say. Meanwhile, after 22 overs, 99 for 1. That's the Assam dugout. They're very relaxed. And why not? They have played some wonderful cricket in this series so far. Bilateral series so far. They have dominated Malaysia. And I think it's also the history behind Assam Cricket Association. They were formed way back in 1948. So that's a long time, and we all know India being one of the hub of great cricketers. So in the subcontinent, it's always the batting that has dominated. We have seen India producing some greats in the likes of Sachin Tendulkar, Virat Kohli. Then we have the women's team as well. It's wonderful to watch such talent.
Yes, and talking about talent, I've been highly impressed with the likes of someone like the left-hander Gayatri. And one of the hallmarks really of Gayatri Guru's batting has been her balance, not just physical but mental. The head is very still, the weight transfer is absolutely smooth, and that is complemented by some precise footwork, as you saw on that last shot as well. Her driving, whenever she was doing that down the ground, absolutely spot on. And so far throughout the 22 overs that she's been out there, look absolutely brilliant. And it looks like they have both started to shift the gears as well. They're both trying to just rotate the strike, and on occasions, they've not been shy to play the lofted shots either. And that really tells the story that Malaysia has not really been able to restrict their momentum.
Yes, absolutely. I think both the batters, they look technically very sound. Of course, when it comes to textbook cricket, I would prefer Gayatri Gurung more compared to Kushi. Kushi is more reliant on her power hitting ability, whereas we have seen Gayatri totally relying on timing, and she likes to play the boundaries. Uh, that's laid down the ground. Well, coming back to my point, and she likes to play those boundaries all along the ground, and this is something wonderful to watch. We have seen how the game has evolved over the years, and the batters like to play that fearless brand of cricket. But then, if you're technically correct and you are scoring even with the boundaries that's not clearing the ropes, it still brings you run, and that's exactly she's doing.
Yes, you saw that last drive from Gayatri. It wasn't just elegant, it was assertive. And that's what we are mentioning throughout whenever she comes out to bat, that it's really a sign of a batter who's done the hard work. And it looks like she has a very good understanding of the pitch as well. And seems like she's assessed the bowling very well. She gets the well deserved drinks here. Definitely not easy to bat out there. And definitely it requires the support staff just keeping them hydrated. But here, already crossed 100. At the moment, the score is 103 with a loss of 1 in 23 overs. And looks like they've already set up a base. And from here, the launch pad is ready. Let's see from this position. Shaidu, what do you think would be a good score?
Well, from the start they had, I think they will be eyeing anything over 250. Still have 27 overs, 9 wickets in hand. I think the stage is set. All they need to do is just to pick the momentum from here and carry on with the similar kind of approach. I think 250 is pretty much on the cards, and I won't be surprised if they reach 300 as well.
Yes, and for that, I reckon the right batter will be Kushi Sharma. She's really the kind of batter who doesn't wait for the game to come to her. She goes out, grabs it, always busy, always looking for that scoring shot. She's not shy to play those shots when it is required. And look at the batting card. Jyoti Devi, it's she scored 24 of 39, but it doesn't really reflect how aggressive she had been. I think initially it was her who really took on the bowling. After that, Gayatri Gurung still continuing 36 of 60, just watchful from one end, and from the other, Kushi Sharma has been absolutely dominating. 36 of almost runnable from just 39 deliveries, helped by just 7 extras really. So if you look at the bowling card as well, Aina Hamiza not really having the best of days because she has had a little bit of a injury to her leg. She's come back. Before that, she's bowled 4 overs for just 9 runs. But not really anyone else that we can talk about except Amalin Safina picked up that lonely wicket for Malaysia. And here we're continuing. Siti Nazwa is to continue. A 1 over was expensive and she went for 8 runs. In this context of the game, that's really something that she needs to work on. And one more thing that has not really worked for Malaysia, if you ask me, is the fact that the rotation of the bowler from Malaysia has not really been on par. You know that someone like Noor Dania and Amalin Sorpina in the middle overs can really grab onto that scoring rate, but whenever she tried to bring in someone else, they've been taken apart as well. So that's really something that Malaysia will have to be watchful.
That's absolutely right there, Abrar. And well, I've just noticed something interesting when you were talking about the batters. Jyoti Devi was not picked in the first two games and straight away made her way into the side and replaced the better batter, which was Amontika, who scored 41 runs in the first match and 38 in the second, who opened the batting. So to have that depth in your team is wonderful as well. So they have replaced the informed batter with someone who has just walked into play. So this shows the confidence in the side and the composition of the squad as well.
Yes, Shaidu, you're right. And we definitely talked about it at the start of this innings that the, the support staff and the coach definitely believes in the likes of this bench strength of Assam here. It is definitely not easy to just replace a batter who's having a very good time out there in the middle. We know that Amalin has been very good. Amontika rather has been very good for Assam. But given the opportunity, definitely Jyoti had capitalized. And right now we see a block sweep attempted. There's a fielder there, but she'll just watch it go past her quite comfortably. And once again, it is Kushi who's turning on the heat here.
Beautiful looking shot. It was right up there in her slot, and she had no hesitation whatsoever, and the fielder was never going to make it. Comfortable boundary. And look at that. She has scored 41 runs of just 41 deliveries with a strike rate of 100. How impressive that has been, because we have seen the rest of the batters were slightly slow when it comes to strike rate, but she has done a wonderful job here, ensuring that she maintains that 100 strike rate, which is crucial in a 50 over game.
Yes, and when you watch Kushi bat, you see a player who really trusts her instinct. And on that last occasion, you saw that the ball was slightly fuller and it was flashed. Whenever it is slightly full on the offside, it is driven with intent as well. So she's not really afraid to take the risk. And more often than not, we've seen it paying off for her. And that's really why she's been able to maintain that 100 strike rate. So Malaysia, really, if you ask me, she's the danger. Because once she gets in, we know that we've seen it before as well. But she doesn't just accumulate, she definitely accelerates. She really breaks the rhythm and forces the field changes and she makes you really pull onto her terms.
Well, I think it's a very important phase for both the sides. Well, for the time being, it's pretty much Assam right up there who are in the driving seat. Malaysia, they will be looking to find some wickets here. So far, the bowlers have not done a good job here, because they have bowled to the strength of both the batters. They're bowling it right up there, and we have seen both the batters are very good with their footwork. And anything that's pitched up just like that, they have driven it down the ground. And I think one of the best part about this partnership is both the batters have played a lot of shots down the ground as well, and that's one of the safest places to hit the cricket ball. Abrar.
Yes, they have not really tried to do anything fancy, even though we've seen them playing a few shots aggressively. We know that those were the balls that were right in the slot. Other than that, they've rotated very beautifully, especially by playing risk-free cricket and by just nudging them down the ground. We definitely have to say at this point that Malaysia is running out of ideas. They've tried a lot of combinations, they've rotated their bowlers, and the wicket column still wins one, and that really tells you everything.
Well, that shows what pressure can do to you. A fielder like Elsa Hunter is one of the safest fielders for Malaysia out there. Not been able to gather that cleanly. Well, Elsa Hunter will be a key to the Malaysian chase as well. That's pulled away. It's Aina Hamiza there. Will be a singer. Well, coming back to Elsa Hunter, scored an unbeaten 79 runs in the first game. Probably the only batter that showed some resilience. And I think Malaysia will be relying on her services, and she needs to bat well today.
Yes, but at the moment, it looks like batting is a distant dream for Malaysia right now because so far they are not picking up wickets at all. And we've seen a very visible lack of pace in this attack. Right now, it is Aisha who's continuing. And in particular, she's really struggled to generate any zip from this surface. Her over were tidy in terms of the run rate. But if you don't pick up wickets, it's a 50 over contest. It's not about just bowling economic spells. Sometimes you really have to go after the wickets. And here, the batters have had a little bit of time to have a look at her. And when you give the batters that luxury of time, definitely dragging yourself on that back foot. So we have to see how she continues. But right now, Gayatri has moved on to 40 of 66. But even her innings looks quite in the sublime dust that she was in the previous game as well.
Absolutely, but I think Gayatri is looking slightly tentative and careful because we have seen her getting out in her 40s in the last game as well. She was out for 42 and now she's on 41. So I think the idea here will be to get past that 50. Meanwhile, we're halfway there. After 25 overs, it's 115 for 1.
Yes, you're right to mention about the fact that Gayatri Gurung has been out in the 40s before. So she will also be aware, I believe, that she's in her 40s right now. But she's looked solid in every outing so far. She's got the starts with 30s and 40s. Today, once again, that milestone is just eluding her right now. She's set once again, the platform is there. And on this occasion, we have to say that she has the right partner accompanying her because Kushi really has been taking on the bowling attack and the strike rate that she's batting with right now has taken a lot of pressure from Gayatri. So this is definitely her moment to go on and finish the job. But right now, Kushi herself is eyeing her second half century, and it's really difficult because this is really a team full of stroke makers, and Assam really has provided enough talent to just play some worry-free, risk-free cricket. And right now, Malaysia are trying everything to stop these two batters.
Again, a very loopy delivery there from Siti Nadwa, just trying to take the pace away from the ball. And Abrar, if you notice, the pitch looks extremely good for batting, but then there's a lot of grass right around that 3/4 mark. So I think the bowlers, if they bowl around that patch, the ball might just skid onto the bat. So that's something that the Malaysian bowlers can look on. They're just there. We've seen just fell and skidded. So that's an area that the Malaysian bowlers can target.
Yes, they've been quite found wanting, to ask me, especially when it comes to just bowling consistently at that right area. Because every pitch has one particular spot which gives them a chance.
Oh.
And what has happened? Absolutely disappointing. Siti Nazwa has bowled at Fuller and Kushi once again tried to smash it on the leg side. And would you believe it? It is Mas Elisa who has dropped it at deep mid wicket. I just don't have any words to describe it, Shahidul. What has happened?
Well, absolutely a sitter. She hardly had to move straight in and straight out. And just to add salt to the wound, it went for a boundary as well. Well, the Malaysian captain will be kicking herself. I know as a fielder, you might have those off days where you miss those catches, but this was an absolute sitter. She didn't have to move a single inch, just went into her hand and went out straight away. Well, unfortunate, but Kushi Sharma will be feeling extremely lucky out there.
Yes, this is the second chance that she has received, but really expect that leader to take that. This might just be the moment that tells you where this match is being headed. The shoulders will definitely drop after that, and Malaysia will definitely want to keep their focus on. But the hands will go around the hips one more time as that ball trickles away to the boundary. So suddenly there's a different energy when it comes to the batting unit, and that is not really what you want when it comes to the Malaysia dugout. That is signaled wide, so extras will be the column that will be filled. Or it looks like the heads are definitely turning, and the eyes are searching for answers as Malaysia lose control in this game.
Well, Siti Najwa is definitely struggling out there. He's only bowled 2.4 overs and look at that 29 runs conceded. And a very expensive over here itself. As a bowler, you need to be very precise when it comes to line and length and not be bowling freebies. We have seen how teams suffer bowling too many extras, and this is a Malaysian senior side, and they need to learn from their mistakes. They can't afford to do mistakes at the first place. And this time, another good looking shot in the gap, and she will get there. She brought up her 50 in style. A wonderful shot here, and Khushi Sharma lifts her bat.
Yes, there it is. A wonderful half century, regardless of the chances that she has received. At the moment, she's 52, and it's been an innings full of energy, intent, and absolutely fearless stroke play from her end. She came in when Assam needed a little bit of momentum, and she delivered in with style. She's always busy at the crease. She looks for the gaps, and today this has been another day where Kushi Sharma really lives up to expectation when it comes to Assam. And we were mentioning that Siti Nazwa has been very expensive, and look at how much that has costed Malaysia here.
Absolutely 16 runs of that over. So it's overs like this that can really take the game away from you, especially when two batters are batting extremely well out there. So that's well driven once again. Gayatri is looking solid as ever. And I've been very impressed with her. And I like the temperament that she bats with. She has watched Kushi Sharma taking the attack to the bowlers, but then she has been very calm and composed and playing her natural game. She's just milking the runs, scoring singles and doubles. Another beautiful looking shot down the ground. Another single here.
Shahidul, if Kushi Sharma continues this way, I think she might well and truly be eyeing the three-figure mark. And let's say if that happens, with Gayatri Gurung still calm and composed at the other end, you can feel it now that this innings will eventually be a foundation which can put on a very big total for Assam here. And it looks like from here on, if they continue this way, even something like 270 to 80 looks on the card, doesn't it? Because that is definitely very much in play. If one of the batters bats to Assam will be expected to finish with a flurry.
Yes, absolutely. And right on the day when they made that change and brought Jyoti into the top order and the top Amontika to the middle order, we thought that Assam might be experimenting a bit too hard, but they have proved us wrong. They know exactly what they're doing, and we have seen the strength in their batting. They had a good start, and now they're consolidating. And it's a very good partnership as well. This pair added 100 runs among themselves. 100-run partnership, and one batter is batting on 52 and the other on 45. What else can you ask for?
Absolutely spot on there, Shaidu. It has definitely been a fascinating study in contrast out there. The two batters are batting with absolutely different styles, but they have definitely started to deliver the goods for Assam here. Gayatri looks like she's the artist, absolutely classical, composed, and risk-free cricket. But Kushi, on the other hand, is the disruptor, bold, proactive, and always looking to push the game forward. So you're right. Together, they've really been Assam's heartbeat when it comes to this with the bat in hand. And we see another over that is finished with that dot. 27 overs completed. Assam is 136 for one. So we're seeing a perfect blend. And let's see if this can just build Assam towards something very big here.
Well, surprise, surprise. Siti Najwa will continue in here for Mas Alisa, probably giving her one more opportunity. Well, you can't blame her, to be honest, Abrar. She created that opportunity in the last over where it was the Malaysian captain who dropped the catch, or else things would have been different. And it was straight after that drop catch that she lost her line and length. She was taken for runs.
Yes, it's definitely been a very tough day for Marcelisa, not just in terms of physique, because she's also gotten a blow off to her chin at the start of this innings. We saw that, and you can see that cracks are beginning to show in terms of captaincy as well. Field placement have often been reactive rather than planned. You can see that still you're searching for a wicket, you don't have a slip in play, you're allowing free runs to be taken, and the other thing is definitely the bowling rotation. You mentioned that someone like Siti Nazwa created a chance, but on the other side, I believe Kushi Sharma has really played her quite comfortably. You can see that the economy of Siti Nazwa at the moment is 10.74. And once again, a lofted shot and an opportunity there. This time it is taken. We're wondering if it works. And Shaido, looks like full credit to you at this point. You predicted it, and it has worked for Malaysia here.
Yes, absolutely. Like I said, she did nothing wrong. It was just the drop catch, and this time the captain, she takes it, and it was a very well just catch. The ball was in the air forever. She came in, and then she realized that she was running in too quickly, and look at that, she falls back and judged the catch to perfection. She redeems herself, the Malaysian captain, and it's Siti Nazwa who brings in the breakthrough for Malaysia. Nevertheless, a wonderful innings there from Kushi Sharma comes to an end.
Ah, cricket, what a funny, funny game. Kushi Sharma dropped earlier by the captain and was starting to run away with this match. And guess who takes the catch finally? Marcelisa herself. So redemption in the absolute simplest form. A straightforward catch this time, even though the ball was in the air for a very long time. She really did not even have to move an inch. But with that, it is a very good innings, like you mentioned. But I really have to start thinking, was it a commentator's curse? I was complimenting a lot. I think Kushi Sharma had just started to go off quite freely. And you mentioned Siti Nazwa was creating chances. I was quite skeptical about bringing her back because she was quite expensive in terms of economy. But she's delivered. How did you predict that? I have to ask.
Well, sometimes you just need to trust the process. As a bowler, you might dig runs, but then if you're bowling in the right areas, and we have seen her creating that shot, I mean, she was enticing the batter to go for those big shots. Probably that was the only way to get the wicket because, oh, that's in the air once again. Could have been number two, but the fielder makes a mess out of it. Probably just couldn't judge that well. It was Noor Dania on that occasion. So coming back to your point, Abrar, so as a bowler, if you entice the batter to play those big shots, that's the only way to create that opportunity because we have seen both the batters were very clinical, especially when they were playing it along the ground. And well, change of events here. Malaysia finally getting that second wicket.
Yes, this is definitely the opening that Malaysia were looking for because Gayatri Garung is not really the batter who just goes and playing in a flamboyant fashion. It's okay to take a little bit of time, but it is Priyanka. We've seen her, what she can do with the batting hand as well. Priyanka is also quite talented batter, and she's done a good job with the batting hand even in the previous match for Assam. She scored 18 of 28, and before that, in the first game, she was also quite looking. She just got 3 or 4, but whenever she's out there, she looks like she can put a big score. So Priyanka is quite aggressive when it comes to batting as well. So Assam is just trying to keep up the tempo. We have to wait and see if Malaysia can just chip in a few more wickets here, maybe a couple, and with that they can truly come back in this game. We have to see how it poises from here on.
Well, Gayatri Garung batting on 47. Beautifully driven. she has been pleasing to the eyes right from the word go. We have seen her every time she has driven the ball. It looks absolutely gorgeous, technically very sound, very correct, and has a very still head. And she uses her feet to perfection as well. So far, she has done nothing wrong, and she was well complimented out there by Kushi Sharma, who just got out. And I think it's time for a new combination, a new pair. So they will need to form a partnership in there, especially Priyanka and Gayatri out there, 140 for two.
Yes, Shahidul, Malaysia need to be very smart here because they should be aware that Priyanka is really in search of some runs. She's a very good player. She's very proactive when it comes to bowling and in the fielding as well. She's a very handy all rounder. But so far in this series, she's not really gotten off to the kind of start that she would have really preferred in this show. And one wicket can really change everything in cricket. Often the spark that sets in a sort of chain reaction, if I can say that, when a batter falls, especially in a crucial partnership, incoming batter really works in with a little bit of nerve. And that's really something that Malaysia have to capitalize here. This is the moment where I expect some good bowling changes from Marcelisa and also some alertness in the field.
Yes, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right there, Abrar. Bang on. I would say the same as well. I think Malaysia will need to bowl more deliveries at the new batter and try to keep Priyanka on strike and create some pressure on the other batter as well. That's the only way because so far, Gayatri Gurung has looked very convincing.
Yes, and at the moment, I have to compliment Marcelisa because of the fact that he's immediately brought in long on. Fielder has been brought on, and the fielder at mid on stops that. If previously we saw that fielder outside, and if that was to happen, we saw that there was an easy single on offer. These are the kind of runs that you need to cut off, especially when bowling to the new batter. That really makes the batter stay more tentative out there. So this is something that has been good, but on that occasion we saw that just after that, fielder was taken deep and offered that single. Perhaps maybe a tactical decision because that was the last ball.
Yes, absolutely. I think Malaysia will be happy to concede a single and get Priyanka on strike for the next over because they will need wickets here. They cannot allow another partnership going in because Gayatri is well set, 48 of 75. And if someone can really play that anchor role, like I said, 300 can be on the mark. And the moment you get there, psychologically, Malaysia will be on the back foot.
Shadu, is it time to bring in the spinners? We know that it is Siti Nazwa who picked up a wicket, but over the course, we have seen that someone like Noor Dania and Amalin Sofina has really been among the wickets and they have been superior when it comes to the control of spin. So you think with the new batter Priyanka out here, Gayatri just trying to solidify her innings further, is it the right time to bring a change and perhaps bring in more experience?
Yes, absolutely. I believe it's time for someone like Amaline. We have seen her bowling with very good control. So definitely, she has been one of the pick of the bowlers. And I would like to see Amaline coming off from one end and then Aina Hamiza, who has been very good with the new ball, coming from the other end and put some pressure here. And that will be the only way to come back into the game because Malaysia will need those two bowlers who have performed well today.
Yes, because if you look at Siti Nazwa, she's really done her job. It was about picking the wicket of that crucial batter, Kushi Sharma, which she has delivered already. But otherwise, irrespective to what has happened, she's been slightly expensive. That's really not something Malaysia can afford, especially with the two batters out here which are currently batting. It is Priyanka, looks a bit tentative, and they have to capitalize on here.
Yes, absolutely. That will be the idea. So, two more deliveries to go in this over. It's called four short deliveries. Oh, that's good running. Smart batting and good match awareness there.
Yes, Priyanka definitely needed that. After the loss of Kushi, it seems like it's become a blow for them. You can see that put a little bit of a break on the momentum. Priyanka is starting a bit cautiously, is tentative at the crease, and she's definitely feeling her way through. So this is why this running between the wicket will absolutely be quite clinical out here. And the poor delivery short pitched. You have to say that Gayatri has missed out on a scoring opportunity here. The dot to finish 30 overs completed, 142 for two. And right now, even after the fall of that wicket, we definitely have to say that Assam is in full control. If wickets not fall at regular intervals, it will be Assam running away with this game. They've also been helped with a few extras, 14 of them that they have received from Malaysia today. And so far, we're hoping that Malaysia can just capitalize on that wicket that City Nazwa has provided them with. It is time to bring in a very loud and handsome Kamran back at the com box. Kamran, how do you read from here on? What do you think will be the score that Assam will be eyeing to get?
Well, score looks very good on the board at the moment. 30 over 142. Yes, we finally get another breakthrough when I left. Two wicket gone, but I think they are looking at almost my here almost close to 300. There's another 20 overs left to batter in the crease. So I think they are looking at getting close to 200. Now 142. There's another 150 runs. So probably they would look into 250 to 60 to 80 like this.
Yes, at the moment, the run rate that they're playing with is 4.7. So keep talking about a realistic score. And perhaps if they can continue at about 6 and over from here, they'll go at a score of just over 260. But if they want to eye that 300, then they have to go at a run rate of just over 8, if I'm not wrong, from here on. So 300 is definitely a possibility, but it will require a shift in the gear. But right now we have the new batter Priyanka, who's 5 of 15, and so far it has been a little bit tough for her to get going. We'll have to see how Priyanka just continues from here, and we'll also have to see if Gayatri, after scoring that one run that she needed to get a milestone, if she continues accelerating. A lot of questions out there, and we'll have to see how the game plays out. But it's a very interesting part of the middle overs that we're in.
Yes, indeed. Bianca will be looking at here to build a partnership with the Gayatri, and it pretty looks very comfortable here. There's nothing much on the surface. With that, we come to end of over number 31, 150, 45.
Yes, and Marcelisa was absolutely spot on there to bring back Noor Dania because she is her most experienced spinner, and especially after that fall of the wicket, we were discussing if it is wise to just continue with Aisha and Siti Nazwa or to bring in a change and introduce Noor Dania and Amalin Sofina back into the attack. Looks like Marcelisa has. Other than that, it's been quite an effort with the batting hand for Assam, but Malaysia truly sensing that they can still come back in this game.
Yes, indeed, Noor Dania. And Siti Nazwa is now into sixth over, giving 37 runs. What they're losing, as we discussed abroad at the beginning of the game, that all these bowlers are losing same thing. We keep talking about consistency. So if there is no consistency from the bowler, you can't really put the batter in trouble. There are some freebies, even though they bowl few bowling over good balls, but there are some balls when they put it for them so easy to the boundary.
Yes, and another fact I'll just add on to what you mentioned, Kamran, is that someone like Siti Nazwa has given plenty of extras today. She's already bowled 8 wides, would you believe, in her just over 5 overs that she has bowled so far. And that's really too much. And so far, Malaysia has given away in total of 15 extras. So that's really something when we talk about consistency. Once again, short and wide, and this time to the new batter, Priyanka. This is why we were discussing. Would it be better to introduce someone like Amalin Sarfina, especially with the new batter out there? Because she's just new out there. She's trying to pick up some runs, and with economic spells from Noor Dania just before this over, this is definitely a pressure relief.
Yes, indeed. That's where they are, why they have won those two games, because you see they're not rushing. They try to spend a bit of time on the crease. They're not going against any ball. They try to play the ball in the line of it. They try to take full advantage of the loose delivery. So the credit goes to those Assam batters. They come and take the full responsibility. It's not that the Malaysian girls are not bowling great. They're trying it, but it's just one consistency is missing. But you cannot take the credit from the batter.
Yes, at the moment, Siti Nazwa did manage to break through and pick up the wicket of the very important Suki Sharma. But sometimes in cricket, a breakthrough doesn't always come with control. He's gone for just over 7 and over. 6 overs, 44 is what it reads in her bowling. And at this stage of the innings, every loose delivery is like goal to the batting side. Done her job with the breakthrough, and perhaps now it's time for the captain to just rotate the attack, maybe try something different, and just bring in someone who can tighten the screws, stem the flow of runs in just a few overs. We'll have to wait and see if he decides to go with someone like Amalin or Fina from the other end. But from this end, we're seeing Dania on 6 overs for 23 runs. Definitely, I have to feel that he's the right person for the job. Gayatri, on the other hand, has quietly moved on to a half century of her own, 50 or 78, truly well deserved, and really batted well out there, hasn't she?
Yes, indeed, she has been a vital pillar for this 152 runs. Credit goes to her. She has spent a lot of time here in the middle to assess the condition. It's not so easy to be here in hot, humid weather in Malaysia, but very nice temperament and maturity shown by her.
Yes, on the previous game, she missed out on a half century, but nevertheless, she was the player of the match. And today, it looks like she's picking up right where she left off. Gayatri Gurung, calm as ever, composed as always, and once again anchoring the innings with maturity that is definitely beyond her years. Not really the loudest when it comes to the presence of the crease. She speaks her presence with very cool looking classical strokes, especially towards the offside and straight down the ground, with placement over power that she believes in. And when you look at the scoreboard ticking quietly upwards, you realize that she's in control all in all.
So, Nordania is the most experienced player here in Malaysia, and she's been bowling good. Look at the bowling figures: 6.4 overs, 24 runs, been given wicketless. As I said, nothing to take from the bowler, but of course, credit goes to those batter who've been well enough settled here in the middle. Now we come to end of over number 33, 153.
And with that, Aina Hamiza is back into the deck. Her first 4 overs were very good with the ball in hand. It was a new ball. 4 overs gone for just 9 runs. And after that, the ball had hit her shin. And because of that, she had to go to the physio and get it checked. And it's very good that she has made a recovery and now back into the bowling. And just with that first ball smashed straight to the fielder at cover, and another costly moment in this game, straight in and straight out. Aina Hamiza almost delivers the goods, but once again, a drop catch. Would you believe it? The fortune really has not been with Malaysia today.
That was live in offer. Straightforward catch. Malin didn't really get a good hands to it. That's where we were talking about that every ball they have to keep full attention, focus, and these batters shouldn't be given a chance because once they settle down, they're just trying. Look at the scoreboard, it's 154. Every single ball is ticking. So it's a threat for these girls to make it create opportunity and also to take down the advantage of those opportunities. It's a heartbreaking moment to see, but nevertheless, they're still up there in the middle, trying to create the difference.
Yes, today we have been a little bit critical of Marcelisa's captaincy, but I think that was an excellent call. We were discussing a little while ago that Aina should be brought back into the attack, and the captain had trusted her. And look what happened. She created the chance of the very first delivery, and that too, she drew an error from Gayatri. Looked absolutely clinical. Once again, a brilliant joker, and she has delivered. So reward some absolute good bowling, and Priyanka's shot day has been put an end to. It is none other than Aina Hamiza picks up a wicket and reward for some absolute presence of mind. She knows that the new batter was struggling, and in comes the Yorker. And at this stage, what a great delivery! Pick up a wicket here.
That was red ball, but a good sign for the Malaysian girls to get another breakthrough, and I will also definitely break the momentum. Hopefully, try to pull the string harder again. This they will try to get that that gap, especially when the new batter comes in. It takes a little while for them to get adjusted to the surface, to the ball. So I think the Malaysian girls should take that advantage to try to bowl bit better line and length, tight line and length, push those extra fielders into the circle, close the 30 yards fielder need to be a little bit up push. So that will give a bit extra pressure to create those angles to go for a single and doubles. So that should be the key of thinking at the moment here. So because looking at the scoreboard 157, you asked me, brother, what the score they are probably looking at it. And the way they're going is for me is going to be 200 plus, 240, 50, 60 probably. If the partnership been built and going, then yes, possible. But if they keep taking wicket, keep those close feeder up, not allowing easy singles, they will probably ride in the game.
Yes, a very well earned wicket for Aina Hamiza. And just when we discussed, one brings in two. Big moment in the game. This time, Amontika, a very good batter we have seen throughout the series, is gone first ball, and Aina Hamiza has picked up 2 in 2. At this moment, you really can't stop thinking about that wicket in the first ball if it could have been taken. Gayatri was offered a life, and it looks like it's a very big moment in this game. Just have a look at this one. It was touched outside, and the batter went to the back foot, trying to guide it towards point. Brilliant catch. She says that I am here. Don't lose hope. What a moment in this game.
Yeah, that was a really good ball. She wanted to put it toward the point, get uppish, straight to Nudania hands, and she made no mistake. She has a safe pair of hands. That's another breakthrough. 2 wickets, back to back. That's a good signing for the Malaysian girls. Seems like we're going to have a bit of refreshment, and you do not go away. Come back shortly.
So the Twins back is over and we're back with live action. And just to bring you guys back, what an over this is turning it to be. What an over. To write a mini script just from these few deliveries that Aina Hamiza has delivered after being brought back. The first ball, Gayatri offers a live, a thick edge that was going on to the mid wicket area and it was put down. But Aina was not done. On the fourth ball, she comes steaming in with a full and straight yorker. Priyanka trapped right in front. And then the next ball with full pressure in, Amontika comes out, plays the uplift shot straight to point and a simple catch taken. This is the turnaround and here comes the hat-trick delivery. Fuller, but this time played on the leg side. So quite an anticlimax as the batters run in for a couple of runs. But this is the beauty of cricket. When you think that the story is written, someone picks up the pen and paper and writes a new chapter. What an over from Aina Hamiza comes to an end. 34 overs completed, 156 to 4.
Looks like changing a bowling, and Amalie will continue her seventh over. She bowled 6 over, giving 30 runs, and she's the only one that she has provided the first breakthrough. This is what I was talking about abroad, that every bowler comes in, yes, they do bowl very well. See, they have been put very much under pressure now. Two back-to-back wickets. So the next bowler, there is no partnership, there is no understanding, there is no much commitment. I've been keep talking about it. We come and we bowl very loose delivery, letting the batter to settle down, especially the new batter. They do not need to be feel relaxed as a bowler unit, making sure. We will see what Amaline can do against Shivani.
You're right to point out the fact that at this stage, consistency is absolutely clinical because you can see that in the midst of chaos, one calm figure remains still, and that is Gayatri Guru. And you can see that Amalin, after coming back into the attack, started off against her with a short ball that was going down the leg side. That would have been an absolute pressure release if she was able to put that to the boundary. And that's really not something that the captain of Malaysia will expect from someone like Amalin at this stage. Because we have Shivani, who walked out at a very crucial stage, and you can see that there was an edge. So once again, we could have hoped for a slip fielder in play, and if it was there, it would have gone straight to her. So really, there is some nerve that is palpable, as you can see, and really we have to see if Mark Elisa is more proactive and is able to capitalize on this policy.
Yes. 1-2-2. That should be the line, and that should be the length. And this is something that really matter at the moment. You need to making sure that you see he has all the fielder has been set straight. That means you as a bowler take that responsibility, keep that ball straighter, a bit fuller, little bit fuller, and that should be the delivery. So you do not want to bowl anything at the back of the length. So what you can see is where the bowler will tend to go straighter on the ball. If they try something different, they will take the maximum risk. And this is where you're creating the opportunity to get the wicket.
Yes, and talking about maximum risk, I think the best idea for Amalin here would be to just keep someone like Shivani longer at the crease, because if Gayatri is looking for the strike for a longer period of time, can maybe force into playing a risky shot. But that is something we'll have to see in the next over. After 35 overs, it's 163 for 4, and Assam is still cruising, but we'll have to see if a new battle is starting to form when Shivani on strike. Let's see how the captain operates from here.
Aina Hamida will continue definitely. And I'm very surprised about to see, generally, if you see all these international or even domestic cricket, there is a new batter in the crease for like Shivani. History is there. I've not seen any fielders or any fielding has been changed. Generally, when a new batter is in the crease, it's very hard for the new batter to observe the ball, to see the ball well, and to time the ball. So this is the struggle time, the first few deliveries for the new batter. I did not see when you bring those fielder close to the new batter. That's uppish chance of the catch. Elsa Hunter, oh, she made the ground, but didn't really make that effort to get that hands on it. Good effort. It should be taken.
Elsa Hunter not really having the best of days out there when it comes to fielding. And once again, another chance that goes begging. Gayatri is looking to go aerial. She knows that Shivani is new out there, so perhaps she's decided that she's have to up the scoring. But here, Aina Hamiza is really turning out every ball to an event, because whenever she's bowling, it looks like she's in with a chance to pick up a wicket. We have to see if she can keep up that momentum, because she needs a little bit of support from her teammates in the field. This spell could really define the match, and with every delivery, it looks like the tension is continuing to build.
Yes, indeed, she is a brilliant mind and head in this Malaysian team. Aina Hamida offering a lot of experience. I mentioned early this morning. She's a great asset to be in a team, not just with the ball, also with the bat. Look at that. He is making the difference, bowling her sixth over, just giving 13 runs in two. This is as a bowler, you create chances. And as a fielding unit, you need to convert those chances into the another good fielding by Elsa Hunter, creating those chances into the possibility to get those wickets. So coming back to my point, when the new batter comes in, you generally bring those 30-yard fielders a few steps ahead, and also the boundaries fielders bring into the 30 yards, which you are putting extra pressure. I've not seen in the previous over captain of Malaysia, Aisha, is doing this. Doing this.
So far in this over, Aina has mixed her deliveries quite well. She's carrying that little bit of pace. On occasion, mixed her line and length as well. So she's showing good cricketing intelligence. She does not have that express pace that you mentioned, but she's trying her skills very cleverly to create chances and build a little bit of pressure. In with a chance of bowling to Shivani, and let's see how she goes here. And almost looks like she'll pick up an edge, and just away from the outside edge of Shivani here to finish that over. 36 completed, 136 to 4.
That was also something that really Abrar catching my eyes, and to see Aina Hamiza is not really express pace, and I see those two fielders on the fine leg and third man is deep down on the boundary line, really close. So those fielders can be bring in. Malin will continue her 8 over. Good ball to start with. Yeah, so coming back to my point, those fielders can be bringing, and they can utilize a little bit. The other fielder can be bring into front of it. Probably maybe the square leg field. Sorry, the long fine leg fielder bring into in front a bit to create a bit of doubt or a little bit pressure for the batter, because they have kept those two fielders riding deep on the boundary. There's no intention seen by these batters to go for any sweep shot or any paddle or anything cheeky. So which is totally fine. And you need to be also a bit gutsy to get those possibilities and doubts in a better mind to try something else. If they're going for a cheeky shot, that means there is a possibility of getting out.
Yes, I think those two fielders in the deep are especially out there because of the fact that on occasions we've seen a couple of loose deliveries from almost all the bowlers of Malaysia today. On occasion we've seen them bowling down the leg side, and if the batter gets any kind of bat on those kind of deliveries, then they will be picking up boundaries. So if you mentioned that if the bowl with a little bit of more consistency, then the captain could have just attacked in a slightly different fashion, because otherwise, really, the captain wouldn't have needed that kind of protection there. That's one thing just to keep in the mind. And to dismiss someone like Gayatri here will be quite important, because at the moment, if they want to pick her wicket up, they need to be very disciplined with line and length and just have to tempt her by a few dot deliveries on the shot.
So if you look at this shot, Abrar, Amalin is quite now regular pitching the ball in front. So if you look at, they try to target straight a bit. So what needs to be done is to bring that fielder a bit straighter. We have seen more often in the main cricket. They bring that cover fielder a bit straighter and and continue with this line. So this see, she has been bowling 4 balls, 4 deliveries, forward, 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 and suddenly she bowled the back of the line. So this is something that we also concern and talk about it. But nevertheless, it goes to all these batters. Gayatri, 60 on 92. Shivani just making her way into the middle on 9 of 10. 37 gone, 107 2.
Yes, with that single, Gayatri has moved on to 60 of 92, and that means this is the highest score, highest individual score for Assam in this series by any batter of Assam. And still out there, 13 more overs remaining this first inning, and be down to how someone like Aina Hamiza as well as Ruth Dania and Amalin Sorfina has finished this innings with the ball in hand, because so far it's still going at about 4.68, and at that rate, will be eyeing something around that 230 to 40. But with the kind of start they have had, looks like they should not be quite happy with that. Then I mean this time from Shivani, because looks like from here at one point they definitely look they'll go beyond 250 to 60, but right now Malaysia with those two wickets on quick succession crawled back into this innings and they've created a chance for themselves to come back into the game. So really at this point what they need is a few more wickets and then they can expose that lower order of Assam.
Well, definitely. Said it right. You guys doing the job for the team. He's been bowling beautifully. Just 15, doing 6.2. How impressive she is. This is where she, with this is where you need a senior player like her with control and with great mind. She's tried to create the possibility. That's really good line and then not allowing a batter to free their arm. This is what we were talking about. Making sure to keep that line and then tight. She's been great.
Yes, on that last delivery as well, we saw her just rolling that finger over with that neck cutter. So she's trying to mix it quite nicely as well. But Shivani has been watchful and yet another misfield. So it's crucial for Aina Hamiza to pick up a dot ball and continue bowling to Shivani, but it looks like it's not to be. That brings Gayatri. Today, one thing that Aina Hamiza has done exceptionally well is the fact that she's adjusted to the left and right hand combination very well because Gayatri has been there from the very start and that really has ensured that there's always been a left and right hand combination. But Aina Hamiza has adjusted and so far she's been equally troublesome to Gayatri as well as Shivani in this over.
That's actually pushed towards power. That's really good run between the wicket. See, anything away a little away from the bowler, from the fielder, they will take the advantage of running for the singles. That's really good stealing run. With that, we come to end 38 over done, 176.
Gayatri Gurung has moved on to 61 of 93 and is still the anchor of this innings. And now the big question starts to come that if she's starting just willing to shift the gears, played the perfect holding role so far, played this big cricket, but has also received life. And with just 12 overs remaining now, there might be some chance of just upping the score a bit. So here's the question: does she really need to go after it, or should she just let the other batters do the hard work and continue holding one end? A little bit of room provided from Amali in that direction, and Gayatri was trying to cut that one away, not finding depth, but definitely she's been a batter with extreme endurance. Not easy to continue batting out there for such a long period of time. It's very hot and humid, and been there from the very start. And still, until now, it looks like she's batting with a lot of confidence and reading the ball from the very release of the bowler's arm.
Well, Abrar, look at the Gayatri, how well she has crafted her innings. She took her time a little bit to serve. That was a freebie, and they've been given a runs with a straight quick throw. Talking about Gayatri, she's so able to do this so often. Then we have seen her. She take her time. She stay there. She observe and analyze condition, how the ball behave on the surface, what the ball can do, what the bowler are doing it. She allowed herself some time to be there, and this is where she's still there making the difference. Yes, she have played plenty of ball, but her staying in the middle is worth.
Yes, definitely. You have to say that Gayatri has played very good cricket out there, but just to remind ourselves, he's also been dropped. And that's one area where Malaysia have really let themselves down today. It's in the fielding depth. Time the batter charges down the track, not really getting the gap. But when it comes to fielding, there has been everything really. We've seen misfields, we've seen overthrows as well as drop catches. So you name it, it's in there. And cricket at this level demands some sort of sharpness out there, especially when you're defending or trying to restrict a team to a very modest total. So Malaysia's groundwork today has lacked that urgency. Their catching has lacked assurance, and overthrows have also added to their problems. So, irrespective to how tight you can bowl, you can even pick up wickets, but if fielders pick runs, the momentum will definitely slip away. And in tight games like this, momentum definitely matters. And Malaysia have definitely handed it to Assam far too many times. Now, with just one more over remaining in this spell before it becomes the last 10, looks like Gayatri is willing to just continue and Shivani is still holding her end. So once again, it's turning out to be a good partnership because our last wicket fell and the score was 154. Let me remind you, just quick 2 wickets in 2 balls, but since then, this is definitely been a good partnership.
Well, that's very surprising to see a very nice dominant shot. I'm very surprised to see they have pulled fine leg and third man fielder up in the 30 yard, but still keep look at that shot first. Fuller delivery, just swing, and there is no chance whatsoever for the fielder to cut it off. They have pulled the two fielders up, fine leg and third man, and still keep the cover fielder a little straighter. They have mid off up, and still there's another chance. Misfielding. They will have a chase, cut it off. Only 2 runs. So yes, coming back to the point I brought is one is you mentioned nothing is going so right for this Malaysian side. There was misfielding, drop catches, the bowling has been not to the point, and that's the reason why Malaysia cricket has organized this series against Assam Cricket Association girls because they know the quality of cricket they're playing there is it will polish and it will give a lot of encouragement, a lot of learning to these girls, and they will observe and they will analyze these girls how they temperamentally strong, how they design their batting, how they looking at the batting here in the middle, which ball they're hitting, which ball they are not hitting, what are the areas, what are the field setups. As I mentioned earlier this morning, that two different mine on this field. One is Malaysian mine, one is the Indian. Indian mine is a bit of a modern and more of a taking, more of the disciplinary, more of the temperamentally strong. But on the other hand, these Malaysian girls does play a lot of cricket, but they do not get much exposure. Chance of the catch.
Yes, that was played in the air, but safe. And so far, we've seen glimpses from Malaysia, really. You mentioned about the sharp contrast when it comes to the way that they're going out and expressing themselves. But really, we have to say that cricket is a game that is won in a complete package rather than in fragments. And so far, it's about sustained pressure, consistent execution, and holding your nerve for the full 50 overs. At times, Malaysia have looked like they could just rest back in control, but when you think the door is opening, it's been slammed shut by some midfield or some loose delivery. So we have also seen that they've tried to pick up wickets at regular intervals, but today fielding has really let themselves down. 40 overs completed, it's 188 for four, and so far started off brilliantly with Jyoti Devi, who started the innings with 24-39, and Gayatri, right from the word go, still out there, 64 of 98. So with that, the last 10 overs will be coming in, and looks like the momentum is really Assam here.
Looking at the strike rate, run rate here on the board, 4.70. Look at the So we have the last 10 overs, and we will see how much action has left for this first half. I'm gonna bring another excitement voice here with me, home box, my dear friend and co-commentator. Will give you more insight here. Shahidur, welcome back. How was the break?
Well, it was absolutely delightful, and to tell you why, it's wonderful to watch. The Malaysian side has made a comeback into the game. We have seen 137 for one, and now Assam is betting on 189 for four. And this is a wonderful comeback from the Malaysian bowlers. Oh, an opportunity there. The wicket keeper could have done better. A stumping chance goes begging once again. You need to take your chances. You need to convert those half chances into wickets. Look at that. Miss the batter and miss the wicket keeper as well. Well, Kamran, that has been the story of the day, isn't it? Malaysia have not capitalized on the opportunities.
Yes, indeed. That's what we've been talking about the whole day long. And these opportunities need to be taken in a well, converting into the to get the wickets. And these wickets, especially Gayatri and also Shivani, this partnership is very vital for both sides. If they get the breakthrough, in particular, Gayatri goes back to the dugout, that will be good sign for the Malaysian. If these two remain in the middle, that will be not really happening because they're looking at the scoreboard will be ending up after 10 overs. It's 192 now, Shahidur. And I think if they're going to the same run rate, I think they're going to end up with almost 260.
Well, desperate attempt there, and it will beat the fielder to the boundary. A welcome boundary here coming off the bat of Shivani. Again, it was right up there in her slot. The slot sweep and straight into the gap, and the fielder was never going to make it. Nevertheless, a wonderful attempt there by Aina Hamiza. Well, we have seen the boundaries getting dried up, and finally, the Assam batters are taking the attack to the Malaysian bowlers. In cutaway, misfield. It's Nazatul Hasna, the fielder on that occasion. We have seen some ordinary fielding today from the Malaysian side. We know that they have a very mixed side, so a lot of experience coming in with some youngsters as well. Few players from the under-19 squad who are making their debut in this series. So it's not easy for the Malaysian side to just come and perform. But then your big players, your experienced players needs to take the responsibility. And saying that, it's end of the 41st over, 197 for 4.
And looks like Amaline will continue her ninth over. She has given 46 runs and taking one wicket. Well, Shahido, the question is here now. They are now 197. They're probably looking to 250 at the moment. Look like these two are settling really well enough. In particular, Gayatri, 67 of 100.
Well, absolutely. I think Gayatri has been there from ball one. She has set. She's the set batter. So I think she needs to change her approach now because we're going towards that business end of the innings where the batters need to accelerate. We have seen Assam were looking good to score even 300 at one point where Gayatri and Kushi Sharma were batting out there. And since then, the Malaysian bowlers have fought wonderfully to come back into the game. They have dried up the runs. They have taken some wickets, courtesy of some wonderful bowling from Aina Hamiza. We have seen her come back, and I think it will be crucial that who will be bowling those last overs. We know that Amaline will finish her spell in this over, so it will be interesting to watch.
Indeed, Shahid, that's going to be a very crucial overs if these two batters remaining here in the crease. At the moment, Gayatri looks very solid here, but also Shivani is just making her way in, scoring 27 runs on 28 delivery. She probably also opened up her wings till the tail of this last 10 overs. With that, Amaline is doing great at the moment, just allowing 2 runs in 5 deliveries. Hot and humid, yes, a bit of challenge, but again, these girls has to be rightly on top of the game.
Yes, absolutely. It's hot and humid, but then these are professional cricketers and they're used to it. And with that single, the 200 is up, 200 for 4. And with that, Amaline Sofina finishes off her quota of 10 overs. A wonderful spell. 10 overs, 49 runs, and a wicket. So that's a job well done. She came into ball when the team was under pressure and there were two batters who were playing their shots and she soaked the pressure from them. And I think she did a good job. Probably one of the pick of the bowlers. Definitely, for me, the number one bowler for today will be Aina Hamiza, followed by Amaline. But I think it's time for the other bowlers to take the responsibility now. And now it's the under 19 captain, Noor Dania, who will continue here. He's done a good job as well.
Yes, indeed. He's also played a lot of cricket here. He's done well. Shahid, look at the bowling figure that he is showing here. 8.2 overs, giving only 34 runs. So that's not a bad bowling at all. But yes, wicketless. What they have done is the fielding was a lot of mistakes, a lot of misfielding, free runs, giving a lot of rooms to get a lot of runs and miss drop catches. Look at that, dancing down, hitting straight to the hand, will get only 1 run.
Well, Gayatri Gurum just trying to create a shot. We have seen her batting from the first delivery. Well, she has been very calm and composed when it comes to her temperament. But I think now it's the time to accelerate. She has spent her time out there in the middle. And I think the idea here will be to attack the bowlers and try to score that 100 as well. What a boost that will be if she can get there. Meanwhile, it's a wonderful innings from Shivani as well. She has walked into bat when they lost 3 consecutive wickets. And since then, she has taken the pressure and milked the runs as well. Very busy cricketer, Shivani. Scored 30 of 33, so it came in quick time as well. That's in the air. Well, was not the best of shots. Took the leading edge and took the helmet of Gayatri. And definitely she will need to pass the concussion test as well.
Yeah, look at that. Just getting slightly edge. I'm not sure whether it hit the helmet or so. It looks okay at the moment here. But yes, umpires just to come and have a bit of concussion test, the physio on the run, just to making sure she's okay. Seems like we're gonna have a bit of refreshment. So we'll come back shortly after the refreshment.
Well, we are back live here. 203 for 4. 43 overs. Well, I think Assam Cricket Association will look to score at least 250 from here. And the opener, Gayatri Gurung, is still there. And good news for Malaysia. It's Aina Hamiza who's taken the ball in her hands once again. And we have seen some wonderful bowling from her. She bowled well with the new ball. And then the comeback over where she created 3 opportunities and took 2 wickets. And that really changed the context of the game, where we have seen the Assam batters were just running away with the flow of runs.
And look at his hands. I think she's delivering the ball from the back of her hand. She's playing with a lot of variety, not offering much pace. Smart bowler. And definitely she is one of the spike. Look at the bowling figure she's showing here. 7.2 overs, 19 runs only, and taking 2 wickets. Great bowling.
Yes, definitely on a day where the batters have had the upper hand, she will take it any day. And watchfully played. Gayatri Gurung just dancing down the track. I think she is trying to get on a roll, but it has not been easy, especially with the Malaysian bowlers. They have understood that Gayatri is not a big hitter of the ball. So they have bowled according to their strength. And so far, they have kept Gayatri Gurung very quiet. Shivani, on the other hand, is very expressive with a bat. Again, a good looking shot. But this time, the fielder does well. The Malaysian captain keeps it down to a single.
Well, she is taking responsibility, Aisha, to replacing herself in a place where she knows most of the ball will say hello. So he's making sure that she's only allowing singles. That's where the leaders are made for. She's doing a great job here. But will be very exciting for us to see the remaining 6.2 overs, how this bowler is dealing with. Aina Hamida is doing great at the moment.
Well, definitely, Assam still has some batting to come after this as well. So I think both the batters can actually take their chances, but probably they're just trying to be watchful, and probably they're looking for the last 3 or 4 overs and go for the attack. I'm not sure what's the plan, but if I was batting there, definitely I would have taken some chances and scored some quick runs in here, because the stage is set and she goes for a big shot on the onside, but no timing whatsoever. She tried to get underneath the ball, but just got the bottom of the bat. End of over number 44. It's 208 for 4.
And that's the ground staff. These are the people who have been making sure that the ground has been ready, the surface has been ready for this AC A2 or of Malaysia for this 5 days, 5 game series. Credit goes to them, hardworking, and well done to them. Nevertheless, the show must go on. Noriana will continue her last and final over. Straight away for a single.
Yes, absolutely, Kamran. I think the groundsman plays a very vital role, and looking at the number of matches that's been held in Malaysia, I think a lot of credit should go to them, and a lot of credit should go to the Malaysian Cricket Association as well. They've hosted a lot of cricket in this region, and in 2024, Malaysia hosted the most number of international T20s in the world. So the number speaks for itself. Meanwhile, it's 210 for 4. Shivani on strike. And I think Noor Dania did a wonderful job as well. Oh, that was close. Another good delivery. She's in her last over. Look at that. It's a wild swing more than anything. I think the batters needs to be more careful, especially in the short selection. That's aerial and a simple catch. And finally, Noor Dania gets her deserved wicket. She has bowled well. And now, finally, she gets a wicket. And the danger-looking batter, Shivani, she gets out.
Well, that was a smart bowling. She knows she's approaching, she's making her ground up, creating that room to hit to the square of the wicket. Let's have a look once again. So, what Noor Dania did was not allowing her to give her free. She pitched it outside off stump, asking her to make an effort to create that line for you to hit the boundary if you want to hit. Smart bowling. And that's a really good hand. Very good catch. That's a very good time to get the wicket as much needed.
And in walks the Assam skipper, Rashmi Dey. Well, she looked very confident at the toss, and definitely why not? Her side has done a wonderful job, and it still looks a very relaxed dugout there. Our match referee, Mr. Ramani, having a word with the players. Wonderful man. I think now it's time for the captain, Rashmi Dey, to score some quick runs in here. Definitely that's the requirement right now. But I think she's doing the right thing as well, Rashmi Dey. She just got into bat, just took a single and tried to get the set batter, Gayatri Gurung, back on strike.
Still they have another 5 holes remaining. They know they have sit better. So meanwhile she's there, let her go, and she will have a bit of look. That's really placed, good placement. Looks like now it's cut it away. Amaline is there. Definitely save some runs for the team. It's a nice placement, but didn't really get much pace on the bat. That well deserved, well spelled bowling. 10 over 41 for 1. Oriana, outstanding spell. A great asset. Well done. So with that, 45 forward done, 230 for 5, Shahido. 5 forward remaining, Shahido. The score is 230. Are they looking at 250? Where the two batter is in the middle.
Well, definitely 250 is pretty much on the cards. They still have 5 wickets, and the field is widespread, and they have a set batter as well. So as long as Gayatri Gurung is there and she can really accelerate, I think they still have chances. But then they need to bat well, because we have seen some very good bowling from the Malaysian bowlers as well. So it's going to be a good contest between bat and ball, especially in the last overs or the business end of the game. And that's slashed away. That's in the gap for a couple of runs. Another long chase here.
Good save. Another 2-run being saved. Slightly fuller, where Rashmi wanted to hit to a little bit of square of the wicket. Karthik outside edge. Give a good chase, saving 2 runs. The captain of Malaysia, Lisa, is utilizing that and maintaining that line of length into the middle. Look at that. Straight chest. And it's very hard for the fast bowler to just react to it when the ball coming straight to the hand. Slower delivery, pace off. Looking for 2. Would they get 2? That's a good call. Good feeling at the end.
Well, Malaysia will need to feel well, especially in the finishing overs. So the bowlers are doing a good job here. So as a fielding unit, you need to back your bowlers up. Something that's very important. 50 overs game and you have to spend long hours out there in the field. It's hot and humid. Then, as a professional cricketer, and especially when you're representing your country, you need to be at your best. Another single taken. Gayatri Gurung moves on to 75 now. She's just 25 short. Can she get there? So far, we have seen her having the same approach, very calm and composed. She's in no rush whatsoever. And I think she did a wonderful job. Shows a lot of temperament. Has been there for 110 deliveries. And this time she goes for the slog. Oh dear, another drop catch in the deep. Well, Rashmi Day, she offered an opportunity, and this time again, the fielders let the bowlers down.
Look at that wild swing. Didn't really get much elevation. Make some good ground, but didn't really hold up to it. That's another chance being given. These chances has to be taken as break the bone of the bowler. But nevertheless, the bowler has to back themselves.
Well, that's probably the 4th drop catch, if I'm not mistaken. That's beautifully driven. And that will run away for a boundary. That's an excellent shot there from the captain of Assam. That will definitely release some pressure.
That's nicely in control straight. A bit of shocking for the umpire. It could be stopped, but delayed on the dive. But that's a great shot in control. The captain of Assam, Rashmi Day, has decided to go hard, as she knows only 4 left, 4 over remaining.
Okay, not afraid to use her feet. She dances down the track, and this time just a single. Probably not getting the timing right. The first delivery was absolutely creamed down the ground. And like I said, from ball 1, the Assam batters were looking to play in the V, especially over the bowler. So I think that's a very safe place to hit the cricket ball. And so far, they've done it well. Gayatri is batting on 75. Look at that. Again, playing in the V. Beautifully driven down the ground. They're running hard. But again, good fielding there.
Well, definitely, you question that will Gayatri able to get hundreds up, since there are fewer remaining and she's 76. So definitely she will be aiming to get that hundreds, and she will be well deserved if she crossed that 100 line. But nevertheless, Aina Hamida is trying to bowl her best line and land. That's another good delivery. Wild swing, didn't really get going towards the kind of look at that.
Well, finally, some intent, some aggression shown by the batters, but then it was very good bowling, because I think it was a change of pace from Aina Hamiza, just rolling her fingers towards that end. This time it's a low full toss again, played on the onside. She created that full toss, and that's a good throw from the deep. Very good fielding here. It was the captain, Mas Alisa, once again. Rocket throw from the boundary. And I think it's moments like this that the Malaysian fielders will require, especially after dropping some important catches. and only 3 overs remaining after this. They need to be more clinical when it comes to fielding. And a good looking shot, but 1 run that will end the over. It's 226 for 5.
Now the question is 3 over remaining. Aina Hamiza left 1 over. Will she come and bowl the last over? Let's definitely look at the Gayatri innings. She scored 77 and 112 ball, only 3 fours, no six. So that's tell you the story of her temperament, Shahid, how well she's in control of her innings. Well done. Great batting display.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's not only the temperament, but the amount of effort she had to put, because a lot of running, only 3 boundaries, that's 12 runs. So she had to run for another 65 runs, if my maths is correct. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, that's a lot of hard work there. So a lot of credit surely goes to her. But at the same time, I think she has reached a point where she needs to be more expressive and try to hit some boundaries in here, because that's the requirement right now. And as a team player, she needs to do that. Well, that's some good sportsman spirits there. Elsa Hunter helping the opposite number.
Well, yes, I think this is the innings that every Malaysian player has to watch and keep watching and see what she's doing right to stay there for that long. One, number two, how she's scoring this 78 run. Look, there is only 4 boundaries. So that shows that you can not only run when you're hitting the boundary only, but you also can run when you're rotating the strike, just pushing the words. So that's what I was keep talking about. It. She's crafted so well her innings, and she's still there in the middle, looking at and very close to the 100. Very much credit goes to Gayatri, but captain of Malaysia here doing her job.
Absolutely. I think a lot to learn from this innings. That if you spend some good time out there, oh, another mix up. Well, I think it's time that the batters have a chat in the middle, because we have seen on several occasions where there was a yes and a no and some hesitation in running between the wickets, especially in this partnership. The last thing that Assam will need right now will be a run out. Meanwhile, Aisha continues in here. Again, beautifully driven down the ground. And well fielded as well. We'll keep it down just to a single. Well, singles are not going to hurt Malaysia. Malaysia will be happy to concede singles.
Well, definitely, even the singles are now it's 4 to 5 singles more. That will still hurt Malaysia, because every single run is yes, a better chance of the catch. Would it be taken? Yes, it does. Just a young at League of Under 19 has feeling so good to catch that one, and that's another breakthrough for the captain of Malaysia. That's a captain to captain. At that one again.
It's a nothing shot. Trying to fetch the ball from outside the off stump and play on the onside. That's definitely not the right shot to play. And a simple catch. Well, a good time to have a wicket here. 229 for 6. It was Noor Isma, the fielder on that occasion, the young under 19 player. And what an opportunity for these youngsters who have made their way into the side after featuring in that under 19 squad. And with that, it's Chintimani, the new batter, coming into bat. Well, she was the player who featured in the Women's Premier League. That's the IPL for women's in India. It's drafted for Mumbai Indians, so I think it's a good time for her to come and have a swing at the bowlers as well. 13 deliveries remaining in this innings, and she goes up and over straight away, but would only get a single, but a convincing shot to get off the mark. And that will end the over. 230 for 6.
Two are remaining, 230. And probably they would wanted to finish up 250 as we've been talking about. Nevertheless, Aina Hamid has come to bowl her last over of her spell. She's been brilliant with the ball, just allowing 31 runs and taking 2 wickets, and definitely she will close up her bowling inning here with a good over. Another hand, this girl been featuring in IPL, you said, must be offering a lot of power, and that's why she's been put in this number to create a bit of more opportunity to put some good runs on the board.
Well, 2 left-handers out there in the crease, so it will be easier for Aina Hamiza to bowl. And there's the coach of the women's team, Mr. Cody. Definitely, he will need to use his think tank again over the infield, and they're running hard. A good throw and could be danger, but the throw wasn't that good. And Gayatri is absolutely drained. We can understand that she has been batting there from ball 1, and we're into the 49th over. So physically, it's very challenging for her. She has only scored 3 boundaries, and look at that, she's not out on 81. That's a lot of effort, a lot of running between the wickets. And you can see the body language, she's tired. And another good delivery here from Aina Hamiza. Is only left with 3 deliveries, and it's very important that she finishes strong as well. 233. If Malaysia can hold back Assam before 250, I think psychologically it will give them that advantage as well, because at one point Assam girls were looking to score above 250. In fact, they were looking good to even score 300. And since then, we have seen a wonderful comeback here from the Malaysian bowlers, courtesy of that person on screen, Aina Hamiza. 35 runs, 2 wickets in her 10th over. Wonderful stuff.
Bowling so far, yes, it's just giving 4 runs in second last over in the innings. You can't take anything away from her. But I think we get a bit of edge of the bat to the. There's no sign whatsoever from the umpire.
Well, that will go as another missed opportunity. Went off the edge to one Julia, the wicketkeeper, who made a very casual attempt. And what could have been a wicket resulted in 2 extra runs. This time she goes down the track. Ball is in the air, but they will only get a single. And with that, Chintimani will keep the strike, and that will be the end of the spell for Aina Hamiza. Wonderful bowling from her. 38 runs and 2 wickets. And she bowled a maiden as well. Economy of 3.80 in a 50 overs game. A wonderful job done by her. I think she was one of the bowlers who really brought back Malaysia into the game. So that leaves us with 6 legal deliveries. It's Aisha Elisa coming in to bowl the last over.
Well, that's a nice, well-built innings by Gayatri, who's been staying there from the ball 1 till now. But I also credit those umpires who've been there whole day. So this inning, Pai Rowdy and also Nur Ijra, who's giving on duty here for this 3rd game of 50 over between Assam and Malaysia. It's a great bowling so far. Not so easy, Shahida, when you're bowling last over and not allowing better to swing their arms. And so far, 2 overs, 2 balls been bowled by the captain of Malaysia. And sun is kind, cloud is up. So give a bit of refreshment to the. Oh, that's been scoop in the middle. Amaline will give a chase. Will she win or the ball win? The ball has won the race. 4 runs added in the total. Shahidur, tell me about this shot. How much you like this shot?
It's a very good looking shot there. And look at the use of the feet. She purchased, in fact, she manufactured that shot from outside the off stump. So it was good footwork to create that room for herself. And I think it's a very good shot from Chintamani. She's looked good since she has just walked into bat. 10 of 6. That's beautifully cut away. Oh dear, another drop catch. It went straight in and straight out. Another drop catch here. I've lost count of the drop catches. Well, Malaysia will need to work on their fielding. 244. And now it's Gayatri Gurung. She has carried her bat from ball 1 and still. Oh dear. Another opportunity at the non-striking end, and this time she gets the wicket. A bizarre run out. Both the batters were strangled at the same end. And Jintimani wanted the strike. She went for the run. Gayatri was in no mood whatsoever.
That one, how much it was a bit of confusion, but there was still a chance. I think Shahidur, if she make the ground, she could have reached it because there wasn't direct hit. It's a fumble, and she's to hold it there for a bit. If she make the ground on time, she could have be home safely. But nevertheless, end of the day, it's a good effort.
Well, definitely, I think it was poor match awareness there. Because if the batter tried to get back to the non-striking end, she could have made it because the fielder actually made a mess out of it. And this time she goes over the point fielder. They're running hard for a couple of runs. Oh, that's very good running. They made the third as well. And Gayatri goes on the ground. She will finish with 3 runs. And she will be finishing her innings at 86 not out. So Assam will be very happy with 247 on the board. The loss of 7 wickets. And Aisha Elisa finishes off her quota of 10 overs as well. 47 for 1. And look at that. The batting has been exceptional right from the word go. Jyoti, give them a good start. And then it was that partnership between Gayatri and Khushi. Gayatri not out 86. Khushi Sharma was looking very dangerous, 52 for her. And Shivani Bishnoi played a wonderful innings of 34 in the middle as well. And then 17 extras from the Malaysian bowlers. So that's something that Malaysia needs to work on. 247. I think Assam Cricket Association will be very happy with the outing so far.
Looking at the bowler figure here in the right on top, Aina Hamida will tell you why she is rightly on top. 10 over 38 and taking 2 wickets. The rest of the bowler, Nuriana, Amaline, Aisha, and Siti sharing each wicket. There's nothing much about bowling. It's just been a really great batting. And this is also all of these bowler has contributing enough 44, 47, 49, 41. But the great what is catching me eyes is Aina Hamida right on top of the table, where economy is just 3.80. And with that, when come back later, Malaysia will gonna chase. They have to chase 248 in 50 overs. We'll have a here break. We'll come back shortly. Do not go away.
248 then to stay alive in the series and don't know that this will not be easy. Assam finished on 247 for 7, a strong total built around two standout performances. Gayatri Gurung absolutely rock solid with an unbeaten 86 of 121. The calm, calculated, and composed, and the ever aggressive Kushi Sharma, who lit up the middle overs with a brisk 52 of 52. There were moments when Malaysia looked like they would pull it back. Aina, in particular, with a medium pace, deserves credit. A spell read 2 wickets for just 38 in 10 overs. This was a spell full of variation and heart. She created chances, even fought through pain, and gave her side hope. But once again, there were fielding errors that let them down. There were dropped chances, misfields, and extras that really pushed Assam to a total that they'll definitely feel that it is going to be above par. Now the task is clear. They have 248 to win and 50 overs to get there. So they definitely have everything to play for. And Malaysia definitely have to bat with intent. They have to build on partnerships and they definitely have to believe. Assam, on the other hand, will be thinking that if they pick up 10 wickets, they will be wrapping up this series. Two matches to spare. So that's all that is to play in for. So buckle up. The chase is on. Things will not be easy when the ball will be taken by that ever experienced Assam new ball bowler in the likes of someone especially like the very experienced Chinchimala as well as Nirupama Baro. These are the two bowlers who have done exceedingly well with the new ball in hand. Both of them picked up a wicket each in the previous outing, and in the first game as well, they were absolutely critical with the ball in hand. Especially someone like Nirupama Baro has picked up three in the first game with the in-swingers. With that, we'll be hitting in for the first ball. Juan Julia facing alongside Nazatul Daya. And straight away, the batter will be off the mark as they have played it down the ground. And with me joining up in the com box is Kamran. Kamran, what do you make of this chase at this stage?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Abrar. Well, pretty straightforward to be said. It's just keeping as simple as the Assam cricket girls does in the first innings. They just need to keep it straight and forward, just single, double, loose ball punished. But here, the challenge will be whether if these Assam bowlers, as you mentioned, these two top order bowling with the new ball, Nirupama in particular, will they allow these batters to go that easy how these Malaysian bowler does it? This is a big question mark. But we'll see sooner or later how these Assam girls does with the new ball. But look like Nirupama has a better control over that ball coming into the right hand.
Yes, and interestingly, they have started with Nirupama today, and we've seen in the previous couple of matches when Julia early on really struggled with the in-swingers from Nirupama Baro, and I believe that is the reason why she's got into the attack first up today, and especially not letting someone like Jinjiman start. But on the other hand, I think definitely a lot will ride on one Julia today. She's one of Malaysia's most experienced players, and on this day, especially when the team needs composure and intent, she needs to stand tall. The last match she showed a lot of promise. She made a gritty 41, and today it will definitely be needed to go one step further. The 248 is really at his chase, and if Malaysia are to stay in this series, Julia has to anchor from one end, and she needs to hold on to a nerve because so far she's off to a good start against Palmer.
That's a Abrar very well said. You have to keep the head down and watch the ball closer, especially when the ball's shaping in. That's a good over for both the teams. 3 on the board. First over. So that's the question is these bowlers that are coming from all the way from India, from Assam state, bringing a lot of experience and exposure. Definitely they play upper level cricket and that's a great initiative taken by the Malaysian Cricket Association, who has conducted this event of 5 game of 50 over series, and that will give them a lot of exposure to all these cricketer as a team and as an individual. And like these kind of contests will give you a very clear and brighter picture. Abrar, as an athlete, you will identify a lot of errors. Yes, you will try to work on it, and that's how you prepare yourself for the bigger and better event. So that credit goes to the Malaysian Cricket Association. But of course, these better. What they need to do is right here from the very beginning is to try to build this individual innings plus partnership is very much more important. Allow themselves to have a bit of time here to understand what the surface does, how the ball react, and whatnot. And that's then they can try to open up the bat, look for a little bit of loose loose delivery where they can take the advantage to hit the boundary.
Yes, and I think if Malaysia has to stay ahead in this case, and eventually they have to believe that they can chase the total, they'll definitely need a lot of clarity in their approach and precision in their execution. So I believe that the key lies in punishing the fuller deliveries, because I think both Rima as well as Nirupama Baro are bowlers who are trying to bowl fuller, especially just allowing that ball to swing that extra bit of time in the air. So that is something that Malaysia will be eyeing and just want to capitalize on, because these are the kind of deliveries where sometimes if you're ready, you can also produce a proper drive and then eventually have some kind of scoring shot, because they must trust those grounded shots, because it's the time for desperation. And if they just get off to a good start, it will just allow the rest of the batters to also come out and maybe just settle in nicer. So it's all about the start for both these sides. Assam will be just hoping to pick up a wicket. On the other hand, Malaysia just want to score as many without losing.
Very well set point to be said, Abrar, but this is where they have to come up with understanding. Yes, it's a long format, 50 over, which these, in particular, the top order batter has enough time to spend there and try to stay there, like how the one of the batter who has done it there nicely, staying there till from the very first ball till last ball of the innings. This is something that they do not want to be rushed. They want to spend a bit more time here and try to assess the condition and to see what the bowler is trying to do. Is but a credit goes to uh, these two bowlers that have started very well. They looks very promising here and well in control with the new ball. I think that's a challenge for the batters. How they're going to do it.
We mentioned when Malaysia were bowling that the bowlers of Assam really offer a little bit of extra pace compared to what they were offering. And this is a good effort of her own bowling from Rima. When Julia can just keep an eye on that, because that extra bit of pace that the bowlers are offering, if not in that right area, if the ball does not pitch correctly, then that also allows someone like Van Julia to get better value of her shot, because this field is absolutely lightning quick, and if the gap is found, then runs are sure to come, because so far we've seen that this has been a very good batting surface as well. And today we've seen the highest score that has been achieved by any team in the series. It is 247 for 7 that Assam has posted. And with that, Rima completes a good over, just 3 of it, 2 overs completed, 6 without loss. And I think that's really something that both these batters should keep in mind, that if a scoring opportunity is there, they should just trust their shots that they can play to the ground.
Yes, abroad they need to making sure just to spend a bit of time, and until then the ball will get also a bit of a shine off, where the ball will not offer much swing and seam, so they can try to go more rotation. And till then they can have also have very good eyes on the ball. So all they need to do is spend time here in the middle.
Yes, it will be Nirupama to continue. And let's be honest, Assam may have 247 on the board, but if they want to win this, they cannot rely on scoreboard pressure alone. The key for them will also be to pick up early breakthroughs. They have to strike inside the first 10 overs and unsettle the top order. Because if the top order fails, there will be some dent in the confidence of the next batters to come in. Because we know that often we've seen the Malaysia batters just go into survival mode and stop scoring altogether. Sometimes they can play too many dot deliveries and pull the pressure back onto themselves without even the opposition trying to have to do too much. So it's really, if they can just get rid of a few top order batters in the likes of Juan, Julia, Mas, Felisa, and someone like Lauren, maybe Assam can find themselves in a very comfortable position.
Yes, indeed. Every early breakthrough, that give a lot of confidence to the team, and also it boosting up your energy as a bowler, as a team. But looks like Juan Julia really like the ball coming into the front, because she shows so much confidence when the ball is being pitched right in front. Not really much approachable when the ball is being pitched in the back of the length. Probably this is what she wanted to do it, and we can see some swing coming into the line of the ball when the ball being pitched. And also, yes, Malaysia has a few good batters in the middle order. In all, it's a bit of uppish in the look at it, like Elsa Hunter, Aina Hamiza, and few others who've been coming here in the middle will try to take responsibility. I think they have been giving it green light. Just try to go a bit harder, or probably lose ball to be punished.
Yes, I think the openers can definitely take something of note from what. Oh, just when I was about to say that one, Julia has to go back to the pavilion, and it is none other than Nirupama who picks up that wicket. She's done that previously in the first game, and once again, it is that in swinger which has been our weakness on display when it comes to one Julia's batting, and the stunning catch there at mid wicket to get her wicket. Just have a look at that one.
It was pitch cross line of ball, and there is no much effort made, and just straight to the skipper of Assam cricket, and an easy catch. Then Julia will take a long walk back to the pavilion, and we were talking about Elsa Hunter. There you go, making her way into the middle, and she will be giving a lot of responsibility, and she's been consistent. I must say, she must be looking at to build good innings here, try to help the team to get across this 242 runs, which is remaining. But abroad, there is nothing pressure. I think what they need to do is just try to spend a little bit of time. I keep mentioning this because the run rate is not high like a mountain. It's just 5 runs away. And I think it's pretty very easy doable. It can be done if they spend a bit of time and try to get more confidence to to believe that they can do it.
Yes, what I wanted to say was that Malaysia batters can just take a note of what someone like Gayatri did in that previous innings. She's unbeaten, 86 of 121, and that too after coming up to open the innings for Assam. It was an absolute masterclass in terms of pacing and playing a patient innings with full of responsibility. From the very first ball to the last, she played that role that the team needed, and she absorbed the pressure, rotated the strike, and also punished the loose balls. It wasn't about power hitting or clearing the boundary every over. It was about patience at the crease and having full trust in the technique and the discipline to really build an innings bricks by bricks. And they needed someone like Van Julia to really do that. But now that she has gone back to the pavilion, a lot will depend on Elsa Hunter. You know that she is already having a very good form with her. The first game she scored 79 of 86 deliveries. And if she can replicate that kind of a performance today, only then Malaysia will find themselves in a comfortable position. Otherwise, they're already finding themselves in a little bit of a spot of bother. It's 7 with the loss of 1. and we'll have to see if Rima can continue exerting the pressure and increasing the troubles of Malaysia here.
Look at these two bowlers from both hands, Nirupama and Rima. Absolutely so much in control. This is what I like to see. Fast bowler with the new ball in control, hitting the right area and the right line. This is what I have been talking about when the bowlers, Malaysian bowlers, comes to bowl with the new ball. It's what where they are lacking of. So when you are allowing a batter to bowl, when you're bowling here and there, Abrar, not being consistent. So you are directly or indirectly making the batter comfortable. That's really good in control, and that's a freebie for us, a hunter, to have a breather. What an in control shot. That was back of the length. Look at that, Ibra.
Yes, definitely. That will be the shot of the day for me from Elsa Hunter, rocking back on the back foot and nailing that full shot. The timing, the authority, and definitely we can say that there was a class of swagger about it. And it's not just about the boundary. She's just walked out to the middle after the fall of that first wicket, and it looks like she will want to carry in the form that she's riding here. And already that puts someone like Rima back in the back foot. This time on the offside, a leading edge, third man is there, will only be a single. But Elsa Hunter is looking quite busy out there in the middle. But as we were speaking, we also have to talk about one more thing here. You can see that with the new ball today, it's Rima who's come on to the attack. But on the previous outings, we've seen that the new ball is entrusted with someone like Nirupama alongside the other opening bowler for Assam was Jintimani. But today they're trying out a different approach. They have given the ball to Rima Pegu, and so far she's done a good job, even though she's been taken apart for that boundary, that third ball. But other than that, she's bowling quite economically. So what we have to appreciate from Assam is the fact that they've been very proactive. They've given most of their bench a lot of opportunities, and they've tried their players in different roles during the course of the series. And so far, the captain's trust has been fully rewarded because all the players in that particular situation have actually performed quite well.
Yes, indeed. And that's a very good point. Made it here. With that, we come to end of number 4, 12 over 12 runs on the board, losing first wicket. So that's one of the things that also seen Elsa Hunter. It's a bit different caliber batter here in the dugout, in the team Malaysia. They must be eyeing on her to try to making sure not to be there for long, and this is why I think they're doing.
Looks like Elsa Hunter is going to be the key here because the other day he did not go out by making much for Malaysia. And he was also batting with a little bit of injury. He did not really have an outing with that. But on the first day, he did have a very good performance in the batting hand. And Malaysia will definitely have to hope that she continues. And from the other end, Nazatul Hidayah is yet to get off the mark. That's really something that we'll have to keep in mind because here he needs to partner Elsa Hunter quite well. He needs to be active and he needs to rotate the strike, if not picking up boundaries. Because Elsa Hunter so far has looked very good out there.
Yes, indeed. I think she has spent enough time. This is fifth over. She should be just pushing for a single, not probably she can just put the soft hand the bat and just try to make sure to bring Elsa Hunter for strike. But she's definitely is there because seems like look at her where she's standing out of the crease. Seems like there is no much pace in offer for her, but seems like she like to have more pace.
Yes, at the moment, Nirupama is just trying to attack the stump, and she's still getting that in swinger going on. And so far, Nazatul Hidayah is just trying to see her off, it seems like, because Elsa Hunter had just taken a single of the very first delivery of this over, and since then, all three has been dot delivery.
So that's a great effort there. We wanted to chip it toward the point region. There's a fielder in place to the gully region. Look at those great ground here. Home for many cricketers. Biomass, so lush green around greenery. That has been nicely put, split it up, and that's with that we come to end of over number 5, 13 for 1. Talking about the beautiful name of Biomass. Look at the scenery, look at the atmosphere, the green, lush green trees around the out of here is with the lush green carpet, hosting a lot of international and domestic cricket. Just in the past recent hosted one of the main senior team from Pondicherry State come and play along the main national team. And then now another team for the ladies coming from the Assam here for the 5 days series here. Assam has won 2 games, and this is the third one which they are eyeing on it to win and be staying at the top of the table. But on the other hand, Malaysia is trying to come back. Looking at the approach of he's better, Abrar, what is your instant sense says that what is the approach from these Malaysian batting?
I think so far we're seeing contrasting approach. Nazatul Hidayah has been playing a few dot deliveries, looking a bit tentative, yet to get off the mark, and that really shows that it's not been easy for her to just have a go out here today. On the other hand, Elsa Hunter, she just has such an impressive presence at the crease. She's tall, she's upright, and she looks technically very sound. As you can see, the kind of high elbow that she has. An opportunity there, and for a moment I thought a direct hit would be very interesting, but eventually we have to say that was good running between the wickets. And once again, it looks like she's using her big strides to the advantage as she completes that run quite easily. And whenever she's on the back foot, she just rocks back to position such nicely. And whenever on the front foot, she gets right to the pitch of the ball. And with the long stride, she gets the bat very close to the bat and sometimes drives it very nicely towards the offside. So it's a very good blend that Elsa Hunter brings. And this time, for the first time, we see Nazatul Hidayah cut that one away. This time, that picks up the boundary. That really shows that this is a very good outfield. And once again, you have to trust your instinct. The moment you start freeing your arms, you get full value for your shot. Just look at that one.
Oh, I love it. I love the approach. I love the swing of the bat. She knew that my ball and she hit it to the right area. Good intent to be seen by this young lady, Nazatul Hidayah. And I'm sure this shot will boost a lot of her confidence and energy. From here, she can really take a good start and have been a bit, be a good partner with the Elsa Hunter.
Yes, just as we are speaking, looks like Nazatul Hidayah is starting to get a shift and she's willing to just change gears here. That was a lovely shot from Nazatul. It cut away quite nicely. Now it's all about backing it up. Maybe after playing a boundary, you should always just eye for that single and just get off the mark. That makes it very difficult for the bowler to settle in. So the boundary was necessary to spark it in Nazatul Hidayah. We have to see if we can continue. But so far it looks like she's just trying to muscle it away. That's really something that we need to keep an eye on. With that, 6 overs have been completed. It's 18 with a loss of one.
Very good bowling so far by the Assam Cricket Association Bills women team, and of course, why not Nirupama will continue because she's been brilliant so far, bowling 3 overs, just giving 5 runs and taking 1 wicket. First breakthrough. Valenza Hunter has a, I agree with you, has this great outing here, and at the moment she has a good presence here. She looks very confident. She has those quality skills. The batting, look how confident she is, but that also is giving you, when you are a non-striker with some player like her, it's giving a lot of confidence that on non-strike, when you have someone like Elsa Hunter, you get a lot of confidence, a lot of encouragement. And definitely, she will talk to Nazwatul Hidayah that don't worry, you're doing great, and all you need to do is stay alive, stay here in the game, and try to understand the rotation of strike. Try, try and see where you can find the single. Be more confident. Don't worry. Don't think too much. Watch the ball. Just try to pick up line of length and see what happens. So I think to keep things very simple, you asked me in the beginning. I said it, keep it very simple and easy. That will let you keep going.
Yes, Elsa Hunter, definitely. Just adding to what you mentioned, is showing exactly why she's the ideal number three. Calm, composed, and technically very assured. What really stands out is how she allows the ball to come to her. If you observe her very closely, you can see that she plays the ball very late and allows the ball to just come under the eyes. It never really rushes her stroke, and it's especially very vital against the moving ball, especially against someone like Nirupama who's bringing the ball back into the right hander. She's handling it with a lot of soft hands and soft wrists are involved in addition to some precise footwork. That really tells you that Elsa Hunter willing to spend some time out there in the middle. So really at this point, Assam will be just hoping to break this partnership as soon as possible and perhaps just hope that they can send Elsa Hunter back to the hut as quickly as possible.
As you mentioned, uh, she's allowing the ball to come close and play under her eyes. That's quality, which is a good batter will show you here in the middle. That's the confidence that she offer here. But nevertheless, at 7 overs gone, 20 runs on the board with 1 wicket loss. So, and I think there's a good expect to be in the shape of Elsa Hunter here in your dugout in your team, and taking huge responsibility to come in number three. And she doesn't just come on the one down; she comes with a lot of responsibility. And I'm sure everyone, whoever sitting in that dugout, including the coaches, support staff, must be wish and pray that she stay there till the last ball. And that's the only that she's the way capable of to taking the turntable around. Nevertheless, Rima will continue her another over from the Golden Hope end, where Nazutul Hidayah doesn't seem very settled. Right?
Yes, that is why mindset is very important because when you're finding it very difficult to go out there, you can just allow yourself to shake it a little bit because when you're chasing a target like 248, especially against a disciplined bowling unit like Assam has here, almost an opportunity that is not well fielded, could have been stopped really. So poor effort there at back to the point. We were talking about how when they're thinking of a target as a touch too big, they can just break it into a small fragment. Maybe look at it as 5 over blocks instead of mini targets, then win one, reset, and then go again. So it can be, for example, let's say they can keep going on for the next 5 overs. They can target to get at least 22, 23 runs. and from there on, they can just keep on accelerating that pace from there on forward. Because if they can achieve to do that, then they can just continue to just keep being on this pace. Because otherwise, we can see that the run rate required at the start of this inning was just under 5. It currently has quickly moved on to 5.32. That really tells us that if they can just stop the flow of the run for Malaysia here, with the dot ball just piling up, it will be very difficult.
Yes, indeed. Well, still, that could be a wide. Yes, I already said that it's a wide on-field umpire alongside with Siti Hajra. Well, it's very important to understand by Nazwatul Hidayah that yes, I make myself here valued to making sure not just to hold the side, but also to making sure to rotate the strike, not to figure out either she doing two things actually. Either she is hitting hard, which goes so straight to the hand of the fielder, or either she just put the ball in front. She's not really trying to look for the gaps actually. She's not looking to place the ball. So this is something that she need to work on. I'm sure the coaches must be watching her, and definitely there has to be a little bit of adjustment needed because what she do is whenever the ball comes straight, she try to swing her bat, not to try to place that ball into the gap, which is look at that. She's been there for quite some time. Every time she comes in, she will face few balls like 3, 4, 5 balls, and that creates a lot of pressure on her mind. Still, the run rate is still under control. It can be done. This is not a rocket science. Just rotate the strike will make the scoreboard ticking and make her get more confident.
Yes, Rima here doesn't really have to beat Nazatul Hidayah with sheer pace. What she can do is perhaps just start with a tight off stump line, tempt her into playing that cover drive, then they can just start bringing the ball in to that cross seam or that angle in. So perhaps with the one that just can hold its line, they can afford to pick up an outside edge, or maybe they can just start bowling a little bit of a change in pace, maybe a few cutters. But if it is in line, it will bring the LBW or getting bowled into play. So the bowlers need to be smart here. They can clearly see that Nazatul Hidayah is just trying to play with a lot of power. So that's really something they have to exploit here. With that being said, it is El Sahanda who just opted to play one in the air, but that lands safely as well. But that is too big of a risk, if you ask me. El Sahanda is just better off playing those grounded shots and rotating strike because a wicket here will definitely open the floodgates for Malaysia, and Assam will just be expecting that to happen.
Nirupama continuing her fifth over, and why not look at her figure, telling you a lot more of what we're saying here. Another good ball, 4.2 overs, just 8 runs, and taking one wicket. First breakthrough for the team. She's still getting a little bit of shape in to the right-handed. Nazwatul Hidayah doesn't seem happy at all at the moment. You need to be staying alive in the game, just been rotating the strike.
Yes, Nirupama needs to be patient here. You can see that whenever she's bowling the in swinger onto the stump, sometimes the defensive shot of Nazatul Hidayah hasn't been fully convincing. Looks like she's just lazily rather trying to have the bat face the ball, and that's not something that you can do to just negotiate in swing of high quality. We'll have to wait and see if Nirupama is able to get to the defense. Right when I say that, that is the ball that Nirupama was trying to deliver. Execution is absolutely on point, and the flaw in defense is exploited. Tried to flick that one away, in swinger rattling that stump, and another breakthrough. Exactly what Assam were looking for.
Oh yes, indeed. She was keep trying to keep that ball into the stumps, and I'm trying to hit clean those there. There you go. Nice up in the air, coming in nicely. There's no clue whatsoever. The uncertainty remain, and she departs after being disappointing herself, making her way along back to the dugout. That's a happy face and relaxed face here. Is getting some refreshment after their second breakthrough. Malaysia is still on the back foot, 24 for 2 in 8.4. And that's the captain. Is gonna give a company to the Elsa Hunter. Abroad for me, this is the time, and this pair will decide where Malaysia is approaching.
Yes, here we go. Lisa joins Elsa Hunter at the crease. This is the partnership, like you mentioned, that Malaysia will absolutely rely on. Elsa is steady and composed. She's the perfect anchor, and Mas Elisa is also known for her flair and intent. This combination could just change the complexion of this chase. Malaysia needs this partnership to blossom. They have to steady the ship here, and perhaps later they can think of going forward with the chase, because still from here 224 is needed. So it's all about building momentum, and it should be one ball at a time. So on the other hand, Assam will definitely hope to pick up the wicket of Marcelis as soon as possible, because we are well aware the damage that she's capable of doing once she's allowed to spend a little bit of time.
Yes, indeed. And she's the captain of the ship. She will definitely want to stay here as long as slightly upish, and is straight to the hand. And that's another heartbreaking for the Malaysia. It's continue on the blade. This is not so happening for Malaysia, but everything going to the side of Assam woman is just purely, look at that abroad.
Absolutely disappointing. Just look at how lazily she goes at that ball away from the off stump. So that was always drifting away from the body, and you can't just afford to just go at it against this kind of quality of Nirupama. The catch was well taken, but the dismissal is definitely the one that is going to hurt. It's a chance missed to build out on a partnership with Elsa Hunter, and Malaysia needed a solid innings from Elsa Hunter, and would you believe it? She's gone back to the pavilion without even opening account. So it's been that kind of a day for us, Elisa. Definitely something that she'll want to just forget and maybe come out the next day with a better intent. But at the moment, 9 overs have been completed. It's 24 with the loss of 3. Now Malaysia is in deep waters. They really need a partnership, and they need someone to just stand out, because otherwise this game is just turning on its head, and Malaysia will soon find themselves out of the case if nothing happens as quickly as it can.
Well, that's another great ball. And Rima will continue her fifth over. These two bowlers, Nirupama and Rima, making a statement here with the ball. The batter has done the job. Now the bowler is making a statement. Why we hear from all the way is just cracking those limits and try to show our skills with the bat, with the ball. They have been brilliant with the catches as well. Outstanding overall performance. But Malaysia is continuing to struggle this time in the second inning with the bat this time.
Yes, this has really allowed Assam to come in this game, and now they can start attacking. They can just bring in that extra fielder. They can just load that Flip Gordon, and they can have a catching mid wicket and a catching cover as well. It is Elsa Hunter that still remains. She is the calm in the storm. Now she's joined by Noor Dania, who has the task of steadying the innings alongside her. And you definitely have to think, as we were speaking, that is another pull shot, smashed away with absolute control and disdain. What a shot against the pace of Rima. Just have a look at that. Absolutely pleasing to the eye. He played one of that pull shot before, And once again, she's demonstrating how good of a control she has on that shot.
And this is the approach that every batter need to come and show. Not just every ball, like also to watch, be more watchful and to see what they can be done. But this is very good cricket by Elsa.
Yes, Cameron, you can see the point that even after the call of the wicket of the captain, Elsa Hunter is not shying away. If the ball is presented in a zone that Elsa Hunter is confident, she is not afraid to take it on. That's the good thing. You have to back your skills, you have to trust your instincts, and if you're a player with such great quality of stroke, then you have to believe in yourself. You can't just allow the opposition bowlers to dictate terms.
Well, you can see from the body language, it's tell you everything. Whether how much she's confident, when how much she's enjoying herself, and you can see the stroke she's making. It's just not she's throwing everything to the sink, but she's playing a quality comes with very great aggression. So she's one of the players. They must be eyeing on her, but she's playing, making a statement with her each and every shot.
Yes, at this stage, it's clear that the match will be decided by how good Elsa Hunter plays. She's really the key in this chase and the one who can either anchor the innings and continue accelerating when the time comes, or if a wicket here can really just push Malaysia in the back foot. With that, 10 overs have been completed. Elsa Hunter still standing, 15 of 22. Total for Malaysia is 28 with the loss of 3.
Well, definitely that's not really the start that Malaysia would want to do. But nevertheless, there are another 40 over remaining with 220 runs required of 5.50 run rate. But also, another information that I wanted to give that my dear friend and my co-commentator Shahider joining me here back. Welcome back, Shahider. Good afternoon.
Well, a very good afternoon to all the viewers and to you as well, Kamran. Thank you for inviting me in. Well, Malaysia seems to be in a space of bother. Well, the new batter in, the skipper of the under-19 squad, Noor Tania. Well, she did a wonderful job with the ball. I think now she needs to perform with the bat as well, because Malaysia will need someone to stay there alongside Elsa Hunter, who has looked very good to the eyes, and we have seen her timing the ball to perfection. Every time she has been driving the ball around, it's hit the middle of the bat. So we have seen similar situations in the first game as well, where Elsa Hunter was on 79 not out, and the entire team still couldn't make 250. That's something that really sums up the story here for Malaysia. That's a big appeal, very close one. Well, probably it's that in swing again from Nirupama. Probably just taking it away from the leg stump. So we leave here for Noor Tania. Coming back to Elsa Hunter, she did a wonderful job in the first match as well. But someone needs to be there and support her. We have seen something like what Gayatri Gurung did when her partner was taking the attack. Khushi Sharma was the partner. In fact, she was taking the attack to the Malaysian bowlers. So she just stood there and scored a lot of singles and doubles and keep the scoreboard ticking. That's the type of innings that someone needs to replicate here. Because Noor Tania already faced 4 deliveries, yet to open the account. I think it's very important for her to understand the situation and assess the requirement right now, which would be to take a single and get Elsa Hunter on strike.
As you said, it's so right, Shahida. I think, yes, the statement that you made here, talking about Gayatri, that kind of innings now, Noor Diana has to make it here, to making sure to rotate the strike and also to hold one side and let Elsa Hunter do her own style. So I think that combination will help Malaysia to keep taking the scoreboard and getting close to the total. Going cross of the line and finger goes up this time and it says is out. Malaysia is remain on the bleed. Nirupama has taken another wicket. She is unstoppable. And there you go, the smile and the high five around tell you the story. Let's have a look at it.
Well, Nirupama Baro, you beauty. What a delivery there. Again, that in-swinging delivery. And this time it's absolutely plumb. We have seen a similar shout earlier, but this time there was no way out. And Noor Tanya departs and Elsa Hunter loses another partner. After 11 overs, it's 28 for 4. Malaysia will look for a partnership in here. And who else than Aina Hamiza, who's walking into bat. I think this will be the pair to look out for. Aina Hamiza has been in good touch. Was very good in one of the bilateral series that Malaysia played against Namibia. Player of the series, I believe, from what I remember, but she was very good with the bat and with the ball as well. And I think it's very important that Aina Hamiza and Elsa Hunter play the natural game, because sometimes when you lose too many wickets, you get a bit too defensive and you just tend to go into a shell and concede too many dot deliveries, which can also put a lot of pressure on both the batters.
Yes, yes, indeed. But they have to make sure not just, yes, they do lose a lot of wickets. They have lost 4 wickets and on 28 runs and 11 overs. All they need to do is just allowing themselves, I keep talking about it, allowing themselves to spend some time. And that's what happened actually, Shahida, when you come and you hold one side and dot, not letting yourself to go on the non-striker, because you have well settled better. Elsa Hunter, keep her on strike, get yourself on the another side and allow you to have a bit of breathe to access the condition. Look how confident Elsa Hunter is doing it. She needs someone to be with her to just to get close to the 247 runs.
Well, meanwhile, it's Chintimani Kalita. Experience Chintikani. She's walking the ball and it will be a single. Well, Elsa Hunter is not afraid to take singles now. I think she still trusts her partner in Aina Hamiza, but to be very honest, if Malaysia loses another wicket or two, I believe it will be Elsa Hunter all by herself. And she needs to ensure that she faces most of the deliveries, especially against a very formidable bowling side of Assam. Chintimani continuing from the Golden Hope end. Very good delivery. And she's bowling with some very good pace as well. Definitely one of the express bowlers that we have seen today. We have seen the Malaysian bowlers lacking that pace, that extra, that X factor, I would say, in their bowling. And I think that's something that the Assam bowlers have right now. And it's not going to be easy for the Malaysian batters.
Let me tell you why. As a fast bowler, you look at her run up and you look at the Malaysian bowler run. That will make you a very clear idea why she's able to bowl quicker. It's not about run up. You see the body, how she controls. When Malaysian bowler is coming, it's very slow, soft run up. The body was much in control. Look at her run up. She is much in control in her body. And this is where you find yourself confident and push that ball and that force behind the ball. So you need to have a great run up. You need to have that head forward, hand moving, getting close to the body. And that's where you generate more power and come with a great landing. That we comes to and 229 runs on the board with 4 wickets lost after 12 overs. So fast bowler Shahidar, as a fast bowler, I have believed and I've learned through my career. Still learning, not stop. I'm still always, when I see someone better than me, I will always go and watch and talk, either as a junior or senior. If I see something better they're doing it, I'll try to talk and make a conversation, try to figure out what he's doing right, that he's doing so well. So I'm always try to in a hunt of learning. So I think these skills has to be in the hunt of learning plus working hard on their run up, because fast bowling is not piece of cake. You need to work so hard for that to be a fast bowler. And I always talk to my juniors, to my students, that uh, you want to be a better, you want to look different, you want to be unique. You need to always work hard that extra mile, the extra 1 second or few seconds to make you look different. So for that, you need to work hard a lot and more commitment.
Well, there you have heard from the pace bowler himself and the coach as well, Kamran Hamid, doing the right thing and giving us a lot of insights about pace bowling. But so far, I'm not technically a fast bowler, but still, I am pretty much impressed with how the Assam bowlers have bowled, especially with that bowler on your screen right now, Nirupama Baro. She did a wonderful job in the first match. She took 3 wickets and now she's taken 4 already, only into her 7th over. Definitely, she will be eyeing for the fifer, and that's a milestone to have, especially for a team like Assam, who's touring Malaysia for the first time, and a lot of people, a lot of players will get some good exposure here. And at the same time, the matches and the experience from here, it's a lot to learn from. And look at how much in front Aina Hamiza is batting from the popping crease. That's a no ball. Well, the fielder celebrates, but she didn't realize it was called a no ball for the height. And it will be a free hit. And guess what? It's Elsa Hunter on strike. So Malaysia will take it. Again, Aina Hamiza just standing outside the popping crease, probably just allowed the bowler to be unsettled, and she bowled that full toss. And I think it's a good ploy from Aina Hamiza as well, because once you stand in front of the popping crease, so you don't allow the ball to swing in. So you can play the ball before the ball even swings. So that's probably the idea right now, to stop the ball from swinging. It's heaved away on the onside, no timing. It will be a couple of runs. Well, Elsa Hunter will be disappointed not to put that free hit away. Nevertheless, she will take 2 runs at any day.
But later you make the right point. Yes, that's why they are standing out of the popping crease, where they're not allowing the ball to seam in and out. But very great adjustment. We're talking about a fast bowling adjustment by these bowlers who are still able to get those angles. Like look at this bowler who is Nirupama, who is bowling so great. Look, 7 overs consistently. This shows so much commitment and so much stamina. She has been bowling with the same pace, same line and length. What pace is something we always talk about it as a fast bowler. That is something an advantage, which does give you an advantage, but not a primary. Primary is which you able to control your ball where you want it to hit. This time, talking about control of the ball, it's going leg side this time, and Empire era with the signal wide. Yes, so it's Malaysian ball has not been able, as you mentioned, to put some pace on the ball, but also is more concerning from their line and not so disciplined and consistent with the line, and that's very much concern for me rather than pace on the ball.
Yes, absolutely. I think consistency will be the key here. And that's definitely one of the concerns for the Malaysian bowlers. Well, it's the opposite picture when it comes to Assam. Another over comes to an end after 13. It's 35 for 4. Well, Kamran, I think Gayatri Gurung set the right example today, that if you can spend some time out there in the middle and if you can rotate the strike, you don't really need to take risks, and you can still get to that 250 mark, especially in a 50 overs game. So I think that's something that the Malaysian team needs to take an example of and try to implement that in the game. So far, apart from Elsa Hunter, we have seen the rest of the batter look to be batting in a completely different surface. So what looks to be a very good wicket to bat on when the ball is coming onto the bat very nicely, the rest of the batters really struggle. So that's something that the Malaysian women's team will need to work on. Nevertheless, what we can say is Aina Hamiza and Elsa Hunter are both very much capable of handling the situation. Oh, wild swing and a miss. A good delivery there. And Chintimani not making it any easy for the batters.
But you mentioned, talked about it, intent. So I think this is, I think they have not really clear intent coming here. You see, they have rotation. We're talking about Gayatri. Gayatri has a clear intention that to spend time. She took a bit of time when she come to the crease. She assessed the conditions. She see the ball. How does the ball work for the bowler? And also then she started to believing on building up her innings, rotating the strike. She only hit 4 boundaries, which is 4 fours. And that's tell you the story of how well she has crafted. Exactly the same thing. The foot sprint they have to follow is here. That try to rotate the strike. That's one. Number 2 is wait for the loose delivery. Here, what is missing is they hold it there one side, not trying to rotate the side. Look at that. 3 ball has been bowled. Aina Hamida is still there in the crease. This time, well punched straight to the bowler. And I think she's okay. She's been hit straight on the chest. That ball hit very hard. I should hope she is okay. She is walking okay. She's smiling, so that's a really good news.
Yes, it was a forceful shot there from Aina Hamiza. A decent over so far from Chintimani. Another good delivery. That was a gem of a delivery, just enticing the batter to play that drive. Aina Hamiza almost fell for the trap. It's very close to the bat as well, probably a little here and there, and could have taken a feather and went straight to the wicketkeeper. And for my liking, with the way that the bowlers are bowling right now, I won't mind to see a slip in place. Yes, there is a flying gully, which is almost like a 4th slip, but a slip in place will be ideal, especially when you are in the driving seat, so you can afford to take those risks and chances. And that ends a maiden over from Chintamani. After 14, it's 35.
And seems like there's going to be another change in a bowling. Looks like, as you can see here, yes, captain of Assam, Rashmi Day. And it's going to be very interesting, Shahidi, for me now. First time spinner has been brought in. Now it's going to be very interesting for me to see how Elsa Hunter is going about, and also Aina Hamiza will look into that.
Yes, I think it's a good time to bring the spinners in. We have seen those middle overs are very important. Well, Malaysia came back into the game because of those middle overs as well. At one point, Assam was looking to score 300, where they had 132 runs on the board with only 1 wicket lost. And from there was Aina Hamiza, who took a couple of wickets. And since then, Malaysian bowlers came back into the game. They dried up the runs and they managed to stop Assam before scoring 250. And I think it's very important to take the pace away from the ball, so it doesn't allow the batters to play with any pace, or it doesn't allow them any room. At the same time, you need to ensure that you don't bowl too slow, that think the Malaysian bowlers did that. That's much better. Rashmi Day bowling well here, the captain.
Yes, Shahid, the variations make huge difference, and in particular when the spinners comes in, it's very important. Uh, you do not want to give a pace on the ball. That's where the spinner comes in, and you keep that. If there is a turn and offer, then you keep your fielder square. So, and also you try to keep the same line and length. Yes, you take the pace off, let the batter does work. If there is no turn, you keep your fielder a bit straighter, but making sure you make the batter play on the front, just breaking on the front foot. Keep that ball a little further. Let the batter comes and do a bit of extra work to make that ball. So this is where you create the chance. And you mentioned it. This is where the Malaysian bowler was lacking when some of the ball they will be very slow, allowing the batter to settle down and hit wherever they want to. But very good bowling display so far by the captain of Assam, Rashmi Day. And that's a great over. A maiden over, 15 overs gone, 35 for 4.
Yes, the Assam bowlers did a wonderful job. And look at that name on top. Nirupama Baro, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs and 4 wickets. And the rest of the bowlers, Chintimani and Rashmi Day, look at those economies, 0.5 and 0 yet to concede a run. Bhima bowled well, but she went for 20 runs. So that has been the story. And with 3 extras in 15 overs, I don't really mind that because you need to be very consistent with your line and length, and especially when you are defending a big total. Sometimes the bowlers might get away with some extras. But I think the idea here will be to pick up wickets here. And that's exactly what Assam will be looking for. Chintimani to continue here. She has been very impressive today. This time just drifting onto the pads. That will be a leg by, I believe.
Yes, you're right, Shahida. You have a great eye, sir. I was trust that.
Well, definitely I have future plans for umpiring as well.
Well, he is well capable of doing everything, but that's what the commentator does when they are here in the combo. They watch the ball very closely. But nevertheless, Ty Rowdy also making the right decision. That's pushed away for long. Right, the single. Elsa Hunter is finding himself a bit comfortable here in the middle.
Well, again, that beautiful looking drive down the ground. She's looking so confident out there. I wonder why Elsa Hunter is just taking a single that early in the over. Yes, I'm sure that Aina Hamiza is very capable on the other end as well. But if I was Elsa Hunter, I would want to face more deliveries. That's probably the only way to score some runs and get closer to the victory or to the target that they're playing for. So far, Malaysia needs another 211 runs, and it's not going to be easy because required run rate right now has crossed 6. 6.12 runs required per over. That too for 34, almost 35 overs. It's never going to be easy.
Indeed, and what not if Elsa Hunter is say that it can be easy. Why? Because if these bowler this time, by Rowdy up on his wing said white, and that's why what Chintamani is trying to do is try to go a bit fuller, targeting those spots where they have realized that Aina Hamiza is not really strong on the pads, and I have a feeling that that's where that Chintamani is trying to hit her pads. They have, and that's what the fast bowler do. Its first thing is to watching the batter feet, whether it's moving or not. Or that's straight to the end of Priyanka covering here. So what as a fast bowler do is me is I look at the batter feet if it's on the move or not. If the batter foot working, that means he's a great player of the front foot or other back foot. But if you are not, that means you're a slogger. So this is something, and also Aina Hamida is generally known as a fast bowler, then comes as a kind of all-rounder, bowler all-rounder. When the bowler all-rounder comes, they're not so great with the bat. very outstanding with the bowling. But that Aina Hamida is doing the job for the team. Of course, she needs to practice with this.
Well, Kamran, I would like to have second thoughts on that because I believe Aina Hamiza has been one of the leading run scorers for Malaysia internationally and the domestic circuit as well. I believe she's someone who can bat. Yes, definitely her bowling can be her biggest strength, but I would say she's a very good all rounder, complete package, I would say. And there are some other Malaysian players as well who can do something similar. But so far, the only problem that Malaysia has is uh, that not a lot of players have been able to perform consistently on the big stage. And with that, the umpires have called for a drinks break. But before that, we'll just have a look at the Malaysian batting. Let's have a look. Apart from Elsa Hunter, look at the score 66001. It's almost like a phone number. But yeah, I mean, that says the story. So after 16 overs, 38 for 4, we'll be heading into a drinks break.
After the refreshing water break, and I believe during this break time, a lot of words and a lot of message has been exchanged to the bowling side and to the batting. These two, Elsa Hunter and Aina Hamiza, is two-way capable batter here in the middle doing the job for the team. Yes, Shahidar, I'm not taking anything away from Aina Hamida. I've seen her batting outstandingly, even in the domestic cricket, also internationally. Yes, I do believe that she is way more capable of putting a lot of runs. But here, in particular, I'm talking about her weakest side. What I was mentioning here, oh, that's a wild swing. Elsa Hunter wanted to hit the cow corner region. It's mentioned that her weakest, I think, Kamani has noted that she's a bit of weak on the feet, and we have seen a last ball of her over, targeting those stumps, and when she comes to bat, she open up that bat into. That shows where and how she is. But nevertheless, she is here for the team, and she is wanted to make sure that she is giving a great captain to Elsa Hunter, making sure the rotation is the key to keep taking the scoreboard. On the other hand, Elsa Hunter is pulling her speed a bit slow, just making sure to be there. And on the other hand, captain of Assam, Rashmi Day, will continue her second over, and that's another great over, just giving 1 run this time. 17 overs gone, 39 for 4.
Well, 39 for 4. Elsa Hunter, oh, that took the edge. Again, a single of the first delivery. And Chintimani is bowling well. Aina Hamiza is batting on 1 of 17 deliveries. Like I was mentioning earlier, Kamran, some early fall of wickets can really put a negative impact on the upcoming batters, where they just go into the shell and they never recover after that. I hope that Aina Hamiza can recover from it. Yes, a very slow start for her. At the same time, probably a boundary or a couple of good runs here and there, and it can really boost her confidence. So far, we have seen her being very happy to just play the defensive stroke. Look at that swing and a miss. The feet are not moving. It's almost strangled at one place. So that's something she really needs to work on.
Indeed, that shows the confidence that she's at the moment. She's yet to find herself grounded here and to be comfortable, where she's faced 18 ball and just 1 run she has scored. And definitely she would want it to be more stable and that's another good push toward the long on. A lot of pressure I can feel that she's handling with, but nevertheless, she is there to fight.
Well, yes, it's a 50 overs format, and you just need a good partnership to really come back into the game. We have seen in the first innings where Assam were cruising with the partnership going on between Gayatri and Kushi Sharma. And since then, the bowlers did a wonderful job to come back into the game. But still, Gayatri, she just hung in there and made sure that she was playing singles and doubles, and that's what helped them to get to that total of 247. So I think Malaysia needs to replicate something like that, keep the scoreboard ticking. We have seen some very defensive shots, and the mindset, the total intent has suddenly looked missing. Look at that. No timing whatsoever, trying to hit the ball too hard. Again, not going to the line of the delivery. That's basic cricket. As a batter, you need to get closer to the deliveries. That's the only way you can find those gaps and be in control of the situation.
Well, Shahidar, I repeat this many times and I will repeat again. I had a coach, and every time I go to bed, especially, my coach will always tell me, Kamran, you win your mind, you win your game. This is what she needs to do, is to win her mind, to make sure to be calm and composed, relax, and tell herself it's okay, it's all right. What has happened has happened. Now I need to try to figure out how to push the ball for a single to make myself on the non-striker. She has faced 22 deliveries and just scored 1 run. And with that, also this over, a silent over, comes to an end. 18 overs gone, 40 for 4.
Well, Elsa Hunter on strike now. This time, she plays the defense as well. I think it's all about the fighting spirit that you need to have. especially when you're chasing a big total here. I think Malaysia shouldn't lose hope and try to stay as positive as possible. Just like that, driven down the ground, another easy single there. I think Elsa Hunter is doing the right thing. She's probably trying to take a single and expect the same from Aina Hamiza as well. Aina Hamiza, on the other hand, has found the fielders on each and every occasion. Oh, that was a sharp chance there. Rashmi Day, I have to give it to her. It was a brave attempt. That ball was traveling, and she did well to put her hands to it and stopped it from going a boundary. But still, we need to say that that's a half chance, Kamran, and you need to take your chances. Oh, the strong comeback here from the Assam captain.
Yes, that was a catch to be taken. It was hard hit, but great, good hands on the way. Not much allowing him to get grip on it. It's very hard for a bowler to react when the ball coming in such pace. But look at that. Also, credit goes to the captain of Assam. When Elsa Hunter comes, those long on, long off fielder is way back on the boundary, right? Aina Hamiza comes, fielder comes up, creating more chances. And you see the first ball that she hit is come out of nowhere. With that, we come to end of over number 19, 41 for 4. Well, Shahidur, is very important for her to understand what need to be done. The question mark is now. What need to be done is she has a non-striker, a well-set batter. What she need to be done is to just catch the single, to put her on strike. And she's not been able to do that. Playing 26 deliveries, scoring 1 run. She is really in deep pressure.
That's a good looking shot there. Elsa Hunter once again finding the gap and might find the boundary as well. Yes, she does. Well, it has been given as leg bias, probably coming from the thigh pad. I thought that it was bat, but nevertheless, Malaysia will take it. Welcome boundary here. Look at that. We're almost into the 20th over, and I don't even remember the last time they had a boundary. So that's how defensive the Malaysian batters have been. After a very good start from Elsa Hunter, well, I can't blame her because she has not been able to get the strike at the first place. She has been a mere spectator on the other end, strangled on one side. Another delivery down the leg.
Something that been always a thing concerning, that every time the bowlers come, then she takes the strike rotation, and on the other side, she is expecting that partner with her will be doing the same action. But unfortunately, the partner is staying silent, but it's still doable. Shahider is still under control. There is a few good overs coming their way. Get some boundaries and over 2 boundaries, few overs that will also bring the strike rate come down to 4, and that's still depending on rotation of the strike, but it's required a good approach.
I think it's also the injury that she had earlier today that probably affected her mindset a bit. We have seen her going off the field, but then with the fighting spirit that she has, Aina Hamiza made it back, and then a wonderful bowling spell from her as well. So far with the bat, she has been kept quiet. Yes, we can always say that she's playing in a defensive manner, but we also have to put a lot of credit to the Assam bowlers, especially Jintimani. She's into her 5th over, only conceded 5 runs. That's how crucial her spell has been in the context of the game. And driven, but straight to the fielder. This time the fielder was very casual. Well, one of the rare occasions we have seen the Assam fielders miss fielding, and it was Gayatri Gurung who's moving very gingerly, probably because of the long innings that she played in the first innings. But for me, if you're not fit enough, you can always come off the field, get a breather, and go back on the field once you're totally fit. If not, it can cause some injuries. And it's a long series, 5 match series between Assam and Malaysia. 2 more games to go after this. So that's the end of the 20th over. 48 for 4. And with that, we'll have a change in voice. Well, my fellow commentator Kamran deserves a break here. And I would like to welcome back Abrar back into the box. Welcome back, Abrar.
Thank you so much, Shahidul. 20 overs gone, and it's all Assam at BAYUEMAS over here in Malaysia. At the point, Malaysia is struggling for 48 to 4 with Elsa Hunter 25 of 49 and Aina Hamiza 2 of 28. So it looks like once again Elsa Hunter is really trying to hold the innings together, and Aina Hamiza is also struggling to find some kind of scoring option. It's 2 of 28. We've seen this in the previous innings as well. Sometimes that is something that can happen to Aina. She doesn't quite rotate the strike. She just sees off one end, and whenever she walks out to the middle, it feels like the intention really to go after chase starts to disappear. And Shaidu, my question to you at this point is, do you think that Malaysia has already taken that pedal off the accelerator?
Yes, absolutely. I think the body language says it all. We have seen both the batters, they're just trying to spend some time out there. And I think it's very important. Sometimes it doesn't matter the results of the game. Yes, someone will lose, someone will win. But then the mindset and the intent or the hunger for winning matches needs to be there. And so far, and she has been given out a big appeal, and she gets the big fish. Elsa Hunter, who looked to be the only batter who had some impact on this game for Malaysia, has got out courtesy of some wonderful bowling from the Assam captain.
Yes, just trying to play that on the leg side, perhaps maybe trying to scoop it. But regardless of what the shot she was playing, it's a massive moment in this inning. Elsa Hunter is gone LBW, and as you mentioned, the skipper strikes. And with that, Malaysia's hopes take a serious hit here. She was really being the glue holding this case together. And now she has to take that long walk back to the pavilion. 25 of 52. It was very solid until that very moment. Perhaps just trying to force the issue, and the ball just did enough. Eventually struck her in front, and umpire raised that with a finger. The big moment in this game. Half of the side is already back at the hut. Now the other scorer from the previous game, Lauren, has walked out to the middle. We know that she can score, but from here it will be very difficult for Malaysia to stay in the game.
Well, Lauren, I think she had an injury as well while fielding, was away from the field for quite some time. And it's good to see her back. I hope she's fit enough to play this game. Malaysia will need her services today, especially chasing a mammoth total in the context of the game. Yes, Abrar, I think we have seen, like you and me, we were doing commentary for a few of the games in the under 16 ACC East Zone Cup, where we have seen similar situations where the batters actually just went into the shell and never recovered. And they scored like 50, 60 odd runs in 30, 40 overs.
Yes, that is why I was trying to shift focus to the innings of Aina Hamiza here. One has to say that part of what made Elsa Hunter's job even harder was the lack of momentum from the other end. Aina at the moment is 2 of 29, and she's really been stuck out there. While her intent may have been to consolidate, the scoreboard simply stopped altogether. That's not something that someone like Elsa Hunter benefited from the other end. She was far too long kept off strike, and eventually she felt like she had to play that fourth stroke, and that really was the reason that she went for that lap kind of a shot and eventually was trapped in front of the wicket. So really, I don't really understand why Aina Hamiza went across and started to play that kind of inning. Sometimes you can just try to pick up a single and bring your partner on strike. So this is what we were talking about, that how can you just go onto the shell when such a long period of time is still remaining? You have to trust your instincts really.
Yes, absolutely. Look at that. Lauren is not even attempting the single. It shows that she has not yet recovered, and it also shows us the spirit and the fighting spirit in her, that she still walked on to bat. But for me, if you already have an injury and if you're not fit enough, I think it's best to rest so that it doesn't get worse.
Yes, have to agree with you. If the injury is so prominent that even taking a single is difficult, even if you come out to bat and show your spirit out, I think you're batting far too ahead. It's better to give opportunities to your teammates. You know that the likes of Aisha as well as Amaline and Noor Isma Dania is there. So maybe she could have come into bat a bit later if she has that injury and wanted to give it a little bit of rest. Because here, if she's out there and just trying to play some shots, oh well, if you can play shots like that, why not? Shaidu, she just smashed it towards the offside for a boundary.
Yes, absolutely. Well, she just stopped you. Probably she heard you and she has answered us in style. Like Abrar said, if you can hit the ball like that, well, you don't even need to run. And probably that's exactly the reason she has walked out to bat. So, first sign of aggression here from the Malaysian batters. We have seen, apart from Elsa Hunter, none of the other batters have really shown that intent. It beautifully driven. Look at her just scampering towards the other end. She looks to be in pain, Abrar. I think it's not an easy task out there.
Yes, I think once again we're seeing a similar sort of a demonstration with the bat for Malaysia. We hope that it wouldn't be the case, but looks like it is. You can see that Elsa Hunter has top scored for Malaysia with 25 of 52 deliveries, but rest of them, none have reached double figures yet. Looks like here we're seeing an attempt, and look what has happened. Absolutely ridiculous running between the wickets. Your partner is someone who's not being able to run, and what you do, you try to stick me in one just by playing one straight to cover. Disappointing. Absolutely disappointing.
Well, that's a bizarre way to get out. Look at that. There was no run whatsoever. Even if Lauren was fit enough, I'm sure she wouldn't have made that. Well, but it will only say an end to her misery as well. She was struggling out there with her injury, and I think it's the right thing for her to just go and get some medical treatment, because Malaysia will need a batter like Lauren for the next two games.
You have to ask yourself, what was Aina Hamiza thinking? There was no chance really for the batter just get off strike, and I don't know. I just can't comprehend this because you played that straight to the fielder at cover and did very well to just gather it. The release was very straightforward. Eventually, they have only themselves to blame.
Well, absolutely, Abrar. I think it's the match awareness that that is something to talk about here, because, like you have mentioned, and what we were watching was Lauren was hardly moving in there, and to even attempt a run like that, I don't really get the idea. With that, I think there's another injury out there in the field, and we'll have a short break, and we'll get back to you with more live.
Tintimani to continue. Aina Hamiza on strike, and not the most convincing defense that we have seen throughout this day. Just getting that inside edge and the ball travels. So Tintimani's pace has just allowed that to just go all the way to deep fine leg for that single to be taken. So with that 22 overs completed, it's 55 for 6, and the scoreboard really tells a story of absolute discomfort. Not a single batter, as we mentioned, apart from Elsa Hunter, has reached double figures. The next highest score, if you ask, is just 6. That has been scored by 3 of them. So it's been a procession, not really a partnership. Chase that needed composure has really turned into a collapse of nerves and technique.
Yes, absolutely. It has not been easy for the Malaysian batters. Well, Abrar, you were talking about the second best score in the team. I think you missed out a name, which will be the extras, because there was 9 extras this innings.
Either you're toying with the emotion currently with that information.
Well, that will be a wide and another couple of runs here.
Assam on occasions have been guilty of bowling a few wides. Even the previous innings, they've bowled 18 wides, 18 extras, 16 wides, and 2 leg byes. That is what they gave on the second game, and that will be something that is translating today as well. They've been guilty of bowling 9 extras already in this innings. So it's one thing that they can still work on, and so far, even though they have been very disciplined, on occasions they've definitely given away a few extra runs.
Well, absolutely. And I think a lot of credit should be going to the bowlers as well. They have bowled with a very prominent line and length. Oh, no timing whatsoever. And finally, Aina Hamiza's stay at the crease ends. 2 runs of 33 deliveries. Well, the numbers speaks for itself. And what was a struggle out there finally ends. Malaysia losing another wicket here.
Aina Hamiza's innings will definitely raise questions because at the moment she's gone by just scoring 2 of 33. The entire momentum that was with Elsa Hunter had shifted in that partnership when Aina Hamiza walked out to the middle. And perhaps the intention was to dig in and stabilize after early wickets, but in doing so, she ended up getting absolutely stuck. The scoreboard pressure continuously built. Elsa Hunter was forced to take on and try to play a false shot. And right now, just after playing so many dot balls, she finally gone back to the pavilion. But I'll just remind you with an information that the previous game as well, Aina Hamiza walked out to bat. She scored 8 of 32 deliveries and then got bowled. So, what is Aina Hamiza actually doing with the bat in hand? That is something that Malaysia have to address because they have to start wondering that if she is the right batter in the middle order, or she can just be just focusing with the ball and maybe just bat slightly a bit lower in the order.
Well, a big appeal to end the over. It's 57 for 7. Well, coming back to your point, Abrar, I think you're right because it's the mindset of the batters which really matter for me. So far, from what I've noticed, probably the psychological thinking for all the batters has been that it's a 50 overs game and we have time in our hand. But the moment you get into that shell and you have just scored 2 runs of 30 odd deliveries, you will be down psychologically and it will get the better of you. We have seen a lot of players, one of the greats in the game of cricket, who really crumpled under pressure.
Yes, adding to your point, it's definitely not just about the dot balls. It's just about the lack of intent, the inability to just rotate the strike. That was fully written all over that innings of Aina Hamiza today. There was really there was really nothing that we can make a highlight from that kind of innings, and especially in the role that she's coming out to that, much better performance is expected of her. And in hindsight, a more productive approach, even just strike rotation, might have made a world of difference today, if you ask me, especially because she was partnering Elsa Hunter.
Absolutely. I think the momentum really shifted, which Elsa Hunter was trying to build with some aggressive stroke play. Since then, we have seen the Assam bowlers just getting the better of the Malaysian batters. Priyanka is bowling now, the leg spinner. Very impressive as well. I think most of the bowlers here, they have good variations, and we have seen Assam having a lot of bowling options. In the previous game, they took 7 wickets among the 7 bowlers that they used. So each and every bowler contributed to get a wicket. That's probably one of the things that Malaysia can take from the opponents as well.
Yes, but so far we've seen that the bowling has somehow delivered whatever is expected of them. They have on occasion been able to pick up wickets and just keep Malaysia in the game. But what really has been disappointing is the fact that this was a must-win game for Malaysia. And just look at the scoreboard. It's 59 for 7 right now. We are well and truly into the 24th over. The series was hanging by a thread, and the batting has simply crumbled under pressure. No fight, no partnership, and absolutely no answers. So it's not just about losing the wickets, it's just the manner in which we have seen it fall. Just look at that. Once again, absolutely no control. And looks like we are yet to see a few more soft dismissals alongside poor shot selection as well as momentum being truly with Assam since the very word.
And this is absolutely ruthless captaincy from Rashmi Day as well. And that's played over the infield and might run away. That will be a welcome boundary here for Malaysia and Aisha. Again, short and wide from the leg spinner that allowed her all the room in the world. And look at that. The fielder was too close to the bat and easy pickings there. After 24 overs, it's 63 for 7.
Look at the bowling card today. Rashmi Day, 5 overs, 1 maiden, just 5 runs and 2 wickets. What a day she is having. And at the start, we saw Nirupama, 7 overs, 14 runs, 4 wickets. So those two really broke the batting of Malaysia here today. It's been absolutely impossible to say anything against these two. And they picked up the 6 among the 7. Of course, that was that run out. But so far, I think these two bowlers were absolutely coming out here with target in their mind that whatever it is, they'll have to pick up.
Well, absolutely, Abrar. We were expecting a match, a good match between bat and ball. And so far, we have seen one-way traffic. It's Assam dominating in all 3 aspects of the game: batting, bowling, fielding, you name it. And they have all the boxes ticked. They have taken the catches. The bowlers did well. The batters scored the runs. And what else can you ask for? So I think as a team and even their coaching staff, I'm pretty sure they'll be very proud of how the team has performed so far.
Yes, we have to appreciate Assam. Their approach has been very brave. I think that's been the story. They're not afraid to try a few things. They have really tried to just go about the game in their confident sort of a fashion. And I think it has worked for them. All the players seem to be absolutely boosting with confidence here. And when you're captain, when you're coach, when the management trusts you, when they put the faith in, it really uplifts the morale of the team as well.
Well, Malaysia are losing their way into this game. Only 63 on the board, and they have lost 7 wickets. Still require 185 runs in 25 overs. Required run rate is creeping up 7.40. That's a beautiful delivery, but it will be a wide, slightly wide. I would have loved to see her ball a bit close to the stumps because she's getting the drift and the turn away from the right hander. Wonderful to watch.
Yes, we're seeing a lot of trust from captain for Priyanka. It started off slightly expensive, but with 7 wickets down, I think the captain could just go back to the fast bowlers, Nirupama Baro and perhaps Chintimani, because they can really just clear up the tail here and then find themselves among the wickets and just wrap up this innings quite quickly if they do that. On the other hand, we're seeing that Priyanka is just trying to slide the ball and perhaps hoping that these two batters will get after her and play that in the air. And almost she was about to pick up a wicket here herself.
Yes, I think Assam is in the driving seat, and the captain, all she's trying is to give an opportunity to all the bowlers. Look at that, another beautiful delivery, enticing the batter to play that drive. And there is a flying slip in place as well. And a lot of fielders on the offside hovering around the batter. They're very close to the bat. Beautiful delivery once again.
At the moment, we're seeing Amal in 1 of 11 and Isa Elisa is 8 of 9. We've seen her trying to go after the bowling, but we have to see if that is the intent to be carried throughout. Just one more delivery left, and Priyanka also seems like she's come back into rhythm. First over went for 6, but right now, even after bowling that first ball for a wide, looks like she's nice to set it in. And right now, from this pitch, she's generating a lot of turns.
And I think she has bowled with good control as well in this over. The first over was a loosener. A good comeback. 26, it's 66 for 7. Well, Abrar, I'd just like to ask you, like, what can you make out of it? What's the plan, just to play the full 50 overs, or I still don't get it with the approach of the Malaysian batters.
I think the discussion that they will have now at the dugout is definitely to play out the 50 overs. But as analysts, we have to ask ourselves that is that truly the right approach? Should they try to play the full 50 overs? Absolutely. If they want to go for the win, why not? But my problem will be that the fans out there who are watching them, the kind of support that they have received throughout the years, I think collapses are bound to happen. But it's the approach, it's that intent. How do you go about a chase that you want to send a message across the other cricketing nations that this is the cricket, the kind of cricket that Malaysia is to offer? So to just make a statement, I think they should just carry on in a sort of a fashion that is much more appreciable to the eye. That is, just rotate the strike, play full merit cricket, just nudge it around, and just keep on scoring. Don't just get into a shell and just hope to play each ball to its merit and see where that leads.
Yes, absolutely. And so far, it has been that kind of a day where nothing seems to be working for the Malaysian side. So they are the home team. And like Abrar mentioned, there will be a lot of expectation, a lot of support. And I'm sure, you might have an off day here or there, but then it all matters about the intent and the show that you put on. Sometimes people can be impressed with your gameplay even after you lose the game. Definitely that has not been the case here. We'll come to end of over number 27. It's 67%. Well, Priyanka will continue in here. Leg spinner, still trying to find her line and length. Was slightly off in the first over, but in over number two, she came back and she definitely will look to take some wickets here. But Abrar, for my liking, like you have mentioned, I think it will be the right time to bring back Nirupama, who has already taken 4 wickets. And if she can bowl a couple of overs here and look for the fifth, then why not a personal milestone to have?
Yes, we talked about making a statement. When it comes to Malaysia, we were talking about how they want to prolong this innings and perhaps just play longer and get themselves closer to the total. But when it comes to Assam, if we talk about the approach, if we talk about the statement that they have to make, we'll have to start telling ourselves that Assam have definitely done the hard work and now it's time for them to close the door. So now there's an opportunity. Priyanka's leg spinner has finally resulted in a breakthrough, and it is Aisa Elisa who has to walk back. She made 8 of 14 deliveries, not really trying to threaten the bowling attack of Assam here. But now, with her departure, I think it's well and truly time to bring the ruthlessness of Nirupama back into the attack. As you can see on that occasion, nothing really that delivery. It was just turning away slightly, and the ball was played aerial. Eventually, another soft dismissal. The batter.
Well, Abrar, you wanted the statement, and the statement is pretty clear with that wicket that Assam will look forward to finish this game as soon as possible. And with 8 wickets down, Malaysia just trying to bat out their overs. Probably not the best ploy, especially when you are chasing a big total. Well, I'm not saying you should be swinging your bat at everything, but then at least you need to try and score some runs, rotate the strike, and keep the opposition on the back foot or on their toes. So far, we haven't seen that working for Malaysia. But yes, courtesy of some wonderful bowling from Assam as well, we have seen the pace bowlers doing a wonderful job. Then the spinners came in and they just carried the same momentum into the game.
Yes, Shadu, Assam has definitely bowled well with discipline and control, and just that right amount of aggression as well. But let's be honest, Malaysia have definitely helped them along far too easily. It's been a procession of soft dismissals. There were plenty of loose shots and shots with poor judgment, and also very little application under pressure. In a must-win game, like I mentioned before, you expected the batters to just dig in and fight for the runs and show some grit, not just in terms of the time they spent out there in the middle, but really I was hoping to see some hunger to score some runs. But far too many wickets have just gone down without really forcing the bowlers to just earn them. So that's really been something that Malaysia will have to work on and improve because a chase like this needed character because in a 50 over format, you're trying to play alongside the big teams. You are expected to chase at least a score of 220 to 250. So that's really something that Malaysia can work on from here. But sadly, this doesn't look like that day.
And well, when we were talking about the statement and we were expecting Nirupama Baro to get back into the attack, so the captain does exactly that. She brings in a premier bowler, and I think the statement is clear. They're going for the kill, and Nirupama will be going for her fifer as well.
Excellent captain to that. Just when things needed tightening, the skipper turned to her triumph today, and straight away she picks up an outside edge. There's no slip in place, so that will go easily towards third man. A single will be taken, but nevertheless, she's scored brilliantly today, and this is the perfect time to bring back the strike bowler because we know that the in swinger of Nirupama is good, excellent for the top order batter. So imagine what it can do to a lower order batter such as Siti Nazwa.
Yes, I was very impressed with Nirupama. So she's someone who doesn't really look to bowl that quick. and she actually addresses her strengths. So she knows that she can bring the ball back into the right hander in the air. And she has been concentrating on the same thing from ball one. And to do it consistently for so many overs, it's not easy. And like we have spoken about consistency, that has been the key, isn't it, for great teams? People who play consistent cricket are the ones who are successful today. And that's exactly what Malaysian women team needs to learn, especially when they have a lot of talented players, but if you don't execute your plans right, it's not going to work.
Yes, so far, Nirupama bowling just a fuller length here, but I have to wait and see if Nirupama has that Yorker, because this is the moment. I'm just winning and waiting to see that in-swinging Yorker, the one that sails in all day, and she has that pace. She's already rattled that top order, just shying and bowling away on the off stump, perhaps maybe just setting up Siti Nazwa there, uh, Amalin, actually. This is where the great spell can turn into an absolutely outstanding one because she's on the verge of a cipher, and that's something she will never forget if she's able to pick up that one wicket here. Two more deliveries remaining in this over. Can Amalin survive?
Well, again, a good delivery right up there in the block hole. There's no runs there whatsoever. So 2 runs of this over. Another very good over from Nirupama. Well, I think because the ball is relatively a bit older now, so she's not getting the movement that she got with the new ball. But yet again, her line and her length has been pretty much the same all throughout the spell. Look at that once again. Attacking the stumps. I think that has been the feature of her bowling spell. So as a fast bowler, when you don't have express pace, you need to attack the stumps and make the batters play. That's exactly what she did. That will end another good over. 29 overs gone, 70 for 8.
Yeah, looks like Amalin Sorfina at the moment, 2 of 22, is not willing to let things go because whenever she's on strike, it looks like that she's not willing to get out here. She's just trying to survive. So even if it doesn't look pretty, it's all that Malaysia wants. And it's beautiful delivery. For a moment, I thought that is almost going to beat the bat. Priyanka is looking very dangerous out there. She's turning the ball just enough, and Siti Nazwa will find herself in a very difficult position if Priyanka continues to bowl like this.
Another gem of a delivery. What a good spell here. We have seen so many good performances today from the Assam bowlers that actually Priyanka's spell went under the radar. But for me, she has bowled really well, especially in the last couple of overs. She has been asking a lot of questions to the batter. Look at that once again. Beautiful leg spin bowling.
A leg spinner getting impressed by another. So I'm not too surprised. And let's see if Priyanka can pick up another one for our brother here, Shaidu, to become more happy.
Another brilliant delivery. Like, yes, of course, being a leg spinner, I really appreciate whenever I see another good leg spinner. And I think she has bowled brilliantly today, especially getting a lot of drift and turn we have seen in recent days. Oh, that's in the air. Another close one. And getting to the point I've seen in recent days where the wrist spinners don't really tend to turn the ball. They bowl it much flatter compared to those days where we have seen Shane Warne, Stuart McGill, and bowlers like those. Right now, the leg spinners that are really dominating the world is someone like Rashid Khan, someone who bowls a lot of googlies. So the game has really evolved. So every time I see a conventional leg spinner, it really gives me a lot of happiness.
Yes, a good over from Priyanka. It was the maiden. 30 overs completed. It's 70 with a loss of 8. And after that healthy discussion, looks like Shaidu wants to take a break. And with that, we'll be calling in Kamran to take us through this next phase. Kamran, what do you think? Can Malaysia survive and prolong this innings, or will Nirupama have the last laugh?
So good to see these bowlers are dominating, and it's just been only possible enabled is to show the consistency from these bowlers like Nirupama. Look at the bowling figure 82.1, 16 runs only given, and 4 wickets has been pushed. It's a bit of fumble. We'll go for a single.
Yes, if I'm Nirupama, I will not be too upset with that because it brings back Siti Nazwa on strike. And I think Amalin is actually batting with a lot of composure out there. She's quite resilient and looks like she doesn't want to give away her wicket that easily. On the other hand, Siti Nazwa has looked a little bit more tentative. So we'll have to see if Nirupama has that fizz to pick up this wicket here. As I say that, it's nicely guided away towards third man just by opening the face of the bat at the very last moment. Good looking single. So this partnership is now turning out to be a good one for Malaysia here because they have faced 24 and 11 deliveries respectively and scored 3 and 2 runs. So once again, it looks like they're trying to go on with their grit. But on the other hand, Nirupama is eyeing that fifer.
Yes, indeed. She is looking for that fifer, and she deserve that. All she needs to do is just keeping that ball nicely to the stump. Yes, Amalin is taking her time, just scoring 325 deliveries where Siti Nazwa is also there, just scoring. So it's clear intent by these two batters. If you look at Abrar, the approach is pretty simple. It's just to making sure to spend time there to try to play those 50 over and to see what we're gonna do and where are we reaching.
Yes, and also looks like these two batters are being supported by the fact that Nirupama has dropped a little bit of pace. We are coming at the later part of this inning, so obviously it is quite usual for fast bowlers to be a little bit tired down because it's very hot and humid out there, and the energy is definitely not going to be the same as start of the inning. But Nirupama definitely has to just tell herself that she's in with a real chance and just has to pick up a wicket here because opportunities like this do not often present themselves. And once there's a chance, they should steal it. With that, another over comes to completion. 31 completed, 72 with the loss of 8. Beautiful leg spin to start things once again for Priyanka. She's not been afraid to fight those, and she's really stuck to that off stump corridor with her leg spinners. So far, we haven't seen her trying to bowl the googly, but she's extracting a lot of turn. And Kamran, this doesn't look like a chase anymore. It's more of a test of resolve. The top order collapsed under pressure, and now the tail is being asked to do the unthinkable. Maybe they're just trying to just play out the overs, and even if they try to do that, there's still about 19 overs remaining. So either way, it's going to be very tough for these batters.
Well, Abrar, it's very clear. You can see from the picture of itself, speak everything to you, even the better approach as well. So you see these two batters seems like a taking the body language and also the placement is says more a lot. You just try to push the ball, they try to spend good time on it, but on the other hand, credit goes to those bowlers, and especially Priyanka is showing a really good display of leg spin, good control. There's mixture of flight delivery, some quick delivery. Yes, she doesn't really get much turn, but she's effective enough.
Yes, it's bowled quite well today. On this occasion, rare loser, side seat is on the left side, and that was nicely swept away. So credit to Amalin and City here. They have blocked, they have battled, but unless one of them finds a way to rotate the strike or break free, this might just be a slow fate to be inevitable. So they're just trying to delay the outcome here in terms of innings. This time generates that outside edge, but away from the swift fielder. So 3 runs off that over of Priyanka, 32 completed with 75 away. And looks like Nirupama Baru is brought back to finish her quota of 10 overs. 9 overs, 1 maiden. She has given away 18 runs and picked up 4 wickets before this. She's trying very hard to pick up one more wicket here and complete her fifer. But both Siti Nazwa and Amalin have looked rock solid out there, almost as if they've forgotten about the chase completely and trying to play and battle it out here in the middle. It's more like a test match for them, and they want to survive this phase, especially against the likes of Nirupama. Just keep her away from picking up that fifer.
Yes, she deserved that one, and she's having a last chance to make it happen. All she needs to do is to just try to channelize that ball to the stumps and pad. That will give her more chances to get a wicket. She shouldn't keep any ball on the leg or offside. This is the ball that she is looking for. It looks very plumb, and she get it. The fiffer that she was really looking for it. Finally, the deserving Nirupama has taken that 5th wicket. Look at that, Abrar.
Yes, from the very start of her spell, this is exactly what she was doing. Full and straight once again. This time, no swing, stuck in front, and she's been absolutely unplayable. Right from the start until now, she's been up there in terms of her spirit, and really 5 for 18. What a spell. That just didn't dent Malaysia's chase. It absolutely dismantled it. In a must-win match for the opposition, Nirupama has stepped up and said, not on my watch. A match-winning performance and a series-defining one, let me remind you. Take a bow, Nirupama Baru. You've actually done what your captain wanted from you.
And she is there from the ball 1 till now, and she is has turned the table around, taking 5 wickets in such a hard commute. A visiting team is not a job. This credit goes to her for outstanding spell, and also shown the temperament that been offered by her throughout this 9.3 over. Outstanding, well deserved fifer.
Yes, you don't often see a seamer picking up a fifer here at the BAYUEMAS because this is a ground that's traditionally favored spin and the slower bowlers. There's plenty of turn on offer when the spinners are operating. But Nirupama has flipped the script today. On that occasion, you see a gorgeous looking drive, and looks like Noor Isma Dania can also bat, but it's too little and too late. But what a spell! It's one that stands out not just for what she did, but where she did it. It's on a spinner's surface, and she made it a spinner's day here. One more delivery remaining. So far, her stat speed 20 runs given away and picking up 5 wickets. One more wicket remaining in this lineup. Can she pick up one more here with her last ball of this spell? Here's Nirupama chasing in, and that one just dies when receiving by the keeper. Dot to finish 20 for 5 in terms of the spell of Nirupama Baro today. 33 completed, 77 with a loss of 9. Well and truly, now the captain of Assam needs to figure out who can be the other bowler that can just rattle up the tail.
And definitely they will continue with Priyanka. And why not? She's been holding and gripping and controlling the ball. Such in control. It's a good bowling. She's mixing up well. Some quicker delivery, some flighted delivery, creating doubt in the better mind. Okay, do it if you can do it. And this is the challenge. There you go. A bit quicker delivery and clear those stumps. This is outstanding bowling spell by the Assam Cricket Association. This is how she has done it. She said, I am also in the race, and this is how she has flightened up, just use of the feet, completely missed it, and that's clear. Third game in a row. Abrar, take us through to the scoring card. And
Yes, so that will be the end of the innings. Malaysia just pulled out for 77, a chase that never really got going and derailed early and eventually never truly recovered. Been a clinical performance from Assam with the bat, the ball, and definitely in the field. The star, without a doubt, is Nirupama Baro. He's picked up a fifer by just giving away 20 runs and as well as a maiden. So the seamer definitely outperformed the spinners on this spin-friendly surface, and every wicket chipped away at Malaysia's resolve. In a must-win match for the host, Assam have walked in and owned the day completely. With the ball in hand, Rashmi picked up 2 wickets, given away 6 runs, and Priyanka's leg spin 2 for 13. And with that, the series is done and dusted with 2 games to spare. Not just a win, it's definitely the statement that we are talking about. Only Elsa Hunter really got going here. 25 of 52 from Elsa Hunter, and Isa Elisa 8 of 14, and Lauren 6 of 6. So that tells us that only one batter in the double figures. So once again, the story for Malaysia has been the fact that the batters could not really have gone going. And when Malaysia really wanted to win this game, it's Assam Cricket Association that have won by the biggest margin in this series of 170 runs. With that, we conclude from up here. The presentation ceremony will be downstairs, but thank you all for joining us here. We'll be back with live action in the fourth match of this series. I request you all to join us for that match. Up until then, thank you very much from here. I'm Abra Hossain. I'll be taking your leave. Do join us for the next match.
Well, it was another day of full of action. Assam Cricket Association touring to Malaysia. Early this morning, the captain of Assam has won the toss and decided to bat first. They have put outstanding show in the middle and put 247 runs on the board. The top quality was being offered by Gayatri Gurung, who's scoring 86 of 121 delivery. And Khushi was also one of the great companion who was there 52 of 52 deliveries. And on return, there was nothing much of also Elsa Hunter was the only one who is scoring 25 of 25 deliveries. I would like to call upon the run-out captain of Malaysia, Mas Lisa, to come forward and have a few words. Mas, what went wrong? Seems like none of the plan has worked for you.
Yes, at first we want to restrict them below 210, but our part bowling was not consistent like before, and the partnership between Gurung and Kushi also was a good perform from the other side. So we lacking on our bowling part and fielding, and most of the catch we also dropped today. So that's the part that we are lacking.
So one or two things that you want to make it right in the next game.
For the next game, we have to come back strong. First is our mindset need to be in proper track, and then we need to consistent again our bowling, and then especially to our batting. Our batting very very low, and I hope the next maybe like me, Julia, Aina Miza, Nordania Shwada, they can score more runs, and hope can see something change.
All right, good luck for the remaining games.
Thank you.
Well, now it's time to call upon the winning captain, the happy captain. Please come forward, Rashmi Day. A happy captain, 5 out of 3. How happy you are?
So much. I am happy.
So, what are the things you make it right that your batters seems like feeling home here? What are the things, one or two things that they have making right to put some good total on the board?
We follow basics. That's why we'll score here. But that's it.
Well, a lot of pressure as a captain?
No, nothing like that.
Well, what is the mindset you all come as a team here? Because if you're looking at your bowling, you're looking at your batting, it feel like home for you here. Feel so much comfort and playing very basic thing as you mentioned. Tell us one or two things that you think is going so well that you are winning.
We are planning we are planning to score 250 plus. So that's why we'll go like with planning. We are following our plan. That's why.
Well done. You guys deserve the win. Good luck for the remaining games.
Thank you.
Now, before I call upon the player of the match, let me call upon the match referee, Mr. Ramani. Please come forward. Well, of course, there's a good performance with the bat, but also outstanding performance with the bowling. Please come forward, Nirupama Baru with the outstanding spell. 10 overs, 5 wickets, and 20 runs been given. Outstanding bowling spells by Nirupama Baru. What a great outing here for her. It's been a great show, has been said by this young, a great bowling spell, Nehru. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to have a few words. How happy you are from today's performance?
I'm very happy, sir, because this is my first international exposure tour. I'm very happy.
One more thing I wanted to know, what you make it so right about this bowling that you have been able to take 5 wickets?
So nothing special. I bowl in my area. I bowl in my strength. That's it.
Well, you deserve the 5 wickets and enjoy your medal.
Thank you.
Well, that was the end of this.
So nothing special. I bowl in my area. I bowl in my strength. That's it.
Well, you deserve the 5 wickets and enjoy your medal.
Thank you.